Hello. Welcome to the show, everyone. Hi. We are here. We're excited for the show. I'm Alex, and I'm joined with Hope, who has just actually moved in with me.
I just moved in. Yeah.
Yeah. So
moved in on Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been great. Venus just entered my 10th house in Taurus. So the sign ruler is present in Taurus, where I have my sun and Mercury. So that's been interesting to see that it's been me moving in with you.
yeah. And we're really excited. Hey, Cooper, how are you doing?
Hi, Cooper.
I'm pretty good. I have a little bit of a head cold, so if I sound stuffy, that's why, but hopefully it won't be too bad.
No, you sound great. You sound great. Do we sound okay? We have new mics up.
Yeah,
so we sound good?
We got lapels.
People from the audience, do you want to give feedback?
Can
you hear us okay? Is it better than it was before?
We actually got the suggestion from Ascendant.
Yes, Ascendant. If Ascendant is listening,
I think that
these are the mics I bought.
I think that her YouTube handle might be Yuzuru Gold.
Yeah, Yuzuru Gold. But
thank you, Olives. Yeah, it went well. Most of my boxes are here. I shipped everything out.
Someone says y'all sound better than usual. Okay, great.
Okay, good. Yeah, it's because of these mics.
It's because of the new microphones.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Now we're gonna try and put soundproofing up here too. But yeah, we've got a great show for you tonight. I'm really excited about it. Cooper has done the lion's share of the work on this episode, basically all of the preparation on this episode, and he is going to take us down a rabbit hole. I will, ask questions and provide some commentary, and I think Hope will.
Yeah, we're
do the same. But this
going
is
to be acting as students
in
Cooper's magic class for today.
But yeah, this is Cooper is taking the lead on this one. So, I'm really excited to see what he's prepared for us. I mean, honestly, I requested this episode to be made because I wanted to see what Cooper would say, because I sent him a tweet, right, where it talked about certain magics.
It's in the slide.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I sent him this tweet where I was like, I'd love to see you do an episode on this. And so this is the episode that I requested. So I think it's going to be a good one. I'm really excited to see it.
Because the thing is that Cooper has been alluding to this concept of different ages, and how with each age there are different parameters under which certain magics work and certain magics don't work, and certain things can happen that can make the magic work. I know I'm being very vague here, but I've been very curious to know what he meant by all of it, and have been excited to hear him flesh everything out. And yeah, Olives, I actually love Indiana. Just to do like a quick side tangent. It's kind of like, if anyone's ever been to Echo Park in LA, it
is kind of like Echo Park, because Echo Park's kind of like Chicago. It's like Chicago in LA is Echo Park. That's how I think of it.
Well, I haven't been to a lot of parts of Chicago, so that could be true. But what I mean by that is that Echo Park is Indianapolis is like Echo Park meets Donnie Darko and Stranger Things. It's really cool. It's got a lot of character, and I've always loved Indianapolis. I've been visiting. We've been together for about a little over a year now.
Yeah. So what's this? What happened to Alex's hair? Well, this is like the shit Hope wants me to do. She wants me to put fucking mousse in my hair and all this shit.
Right?
She's like, this is her doing, right?
So, it is my doing. I got him mousse, and because every time he comes out of the shower and then he puts his hair back, and I was like, you look so good. You look so good. We got to do that all the time. So I got him hair mousse, and now he does it. Doesn't it look good, everybody?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, the whole point behind detransitioning was so I could not give a fuck about my appearance anymore. Right? That's the male privilege, is that you can go out in public and look like a crackhead.
No.
And it's fine.
Single. Only single. Once you're partnered, you have to be domesticated.
That is the process that we are going through right now.
I'm so sorry that you switched back just in time to be domesticated, but here we are. So
I know, right? We've been talking about that actually. Hey. Red and Root says it does look good.
Red Nern Root.
Look, I can make anything look good. Okay, like that is not saying anything really, right? Like I look good no matter what.
He does, sure, but you get
So-
more compliments from women when your hair is like that. You've told me that yourself.
Okay.
Anyways.
I'm not going to say anything further.
Anyways, we can move on.
All right, Cooper, I'm really excited for the show tonight. Take us away, man.
Yes.
All right. So, we're gonna do a super simple and straightforward crash course into magical cosmology. So, if you have never taken a class with me through the Institute of Modern Magic or any of the other little bits and baubles that I've done, oh no, that's not what I want to do. This is what it looks like. So very, very, very excited to yap about this. We'll talk about why we went down this rabbit hole. Hopefully it will prove very useful. I also find it ironic that since the outset of this show, I have always been like, we cannot be magic school. This cannot be magic school. I don't want this to be magic school.
Right.
It was like
Right.
the most magic school episode possible, but
I mean, you're the one who keeps walking around saying you're a Jupiter talisman. I don't know what else you expected but to become a teacher. Like,
well, look. I mean, look, I knew I wanted to do this show with you, and I didn't want to do it. If you had said no to me, I wouldn't have done this, right? I only wanted to do the show with you. And so, because I have a feeling that if we do it together, it will go the way it's supposed to, but it, you know.
Well, I remember watching the first episode with you and Alex doing the stream, and I remember telling him that night, like, that was the most interesting stream you've ever done. You need to have Cooper on again.
When you were a guest for I think it was the Candace Owens episode, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
right?
that was the first one we did. Yep.
Yeah.
So before we jump into the 5 lovely topics we're taking, I do strongly agree here. I'm not sure what the gel business is. It's a little
it's still wet.
Like,
it's still wet. It's gonna like dry. I did it right before the show.
I love a lower shine option, and like hair cream is what I would suggest as a fellow
hair cream
gentleman. Yeah, so hair cream.
Okay, I'm gonna look that up.
I strongly recommend for like that slightly curly hair texture. 10 out of 10.
See, this is what I need because I don't know these like metrosexual gay tips. I went straight from being like, you know, like kind of like frumpy drug addict twink to a transgender woman. I didn't learn all of this stuff like Cooper did.
Well, we're here to support you in all ways, I guess. So here is the book promo. Great. I put it earlier than I meant to.
Yes. Of course.
It will be a lot of what we talked about here is in the book. I don't know if it's in better detail, but it is in more detail. And then this summer, there are 3 courses coming out. It's been a while since I've done straight up coursework. I think people will be pretty interested in what comes out of it. I will be increasingly working through IMM and less sort of yapping incoherently on a locked Twitter account. So that's exciting if you are looking forward to this, if you like this kind of thing. If you find those topics interesting, and then more importantly, if you're looking to get involved with, like, how do I say it? Real life magic, like actually doing things, going in person, participating at major events. I'm helping people put together workshops. I want to do a takeover of next year's paganism conference. So please help me out. And these
we were talking about doing like a like a meetup or a retreat in the woods or some kind of working or something like that. Talking about putting something like that together for next year.
Yeah, so that's also through IMM. That's where you would want to follow if you want to be involved with any of that. And I'll yap about it as it comes up, but just for folks who want to be involved earlier on or are more curious about what we're talking about, that's kind of where you can find that. And here's where we get to today's episode. So Alex sends this tweet. It's from, like, I forget the @ but it's like, I'm a fascist. And so already I know, like, immediately I'm like, okay, I'm being baited. Cool. And he's like, I want to hear your thoughts on this. And I was like, great. Wouldn't you know I have a lot to say? So, oh no, all of my precious animations are not working. Oh, I'm so hard.
Yeah, they don't work. They don't work.
Oh, so it will work if you, instead of upload your PowerPoint to the program, you just share your entire screen and run the program locally, then your animations will work.
All right.
So try that.
Also, sorry, you are not late.
Sorry, thank you for joining.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're just starting.
We're
so
just getting started.
Yeah. We haven't gotten to the
we
meat
just
of any
did the
of it.
opening banter and the plug of Cooper's book and the Institute of Modern Magic, which you should all follow, by the way. You should get involved with the Institute of Modern Magic. And if we do a meetup next year, I mean, other than going to UAC, that's probably how you're going to meet us.
Yeah. Alex and I are going to be going to UAC this year. So if anyone's going, say hi.
Hey.
Yeah. Alex,
yeah.
It will probably be up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. I'm fairly committed to the Lake of the Clouds. Even if it would make more sense to do something locally, I think for many reasons, it's more fun to go up there. Plus, it's just absolutely gorgeous. If you don't know, the Midwest is genuinely beautiful. So hopefully you guys will be able to join us. Maybe. So
also, hey, Sarah, Wet Neptune, hi. Sorry. Just thank you for tuning in.
Yeah.
All right.
Shout-outs are good. So the gist, I knew I was being baited, but it worked. And it is an interesting passage that's being pulled in the tweet that's being retweeted here, right? So the initial tweet is kind of not exactly correct. They took the screenshot very carefully to make sure that none of the context of that passage is present. So what is the context, right? Because there is context here. They're not just saying, oh, yeah, actually, that Jesus dude showed up and we lost all our magic powers. Not quite. That would be shockingly convenient given like the thousands of years of conflict over this. Like if it was just right there in the Talmud, I think that would have been resolved by now. What we really get in this passage is we're talking about Simon the Just, who dies like 290-ish. So they're talking about a period of 300 years of magical decline. And that by the time that they're 40, and 40, for a lot of linguistic reasons, is an important counting number, right? So it's symbolically important, right? We've got the 40 days and the 40 nights and all that great stuff. So 40 years before the fall of the Second Temple, in its context, is probably not referring to Christ, although that does line up roughly. They're probably more so trying to draw some kind of like mystic parallel. I'm not going to pretend to be super great at reading these, but they are saying from about 300 years up until just before the birth of Christ, our priests are increasingly unable, and by their own admission, they talk about them being unworthy. So does it affect anybody else?
So also, I just want to say for the record, that was not the tweet I sent you to bait you with this. Was it? Was it?
Yes. It looks like the tweet that you baited him with. I was in that group chat too.
Was it modern McCarthyist? Is that really what I sent? I might that.
Yes, it was. And I was like, oh, he's genuinely just baiting me. Like, like I just read it with a shit-eating grin. I just assumed.
Damn. Man, my memory is really getting bad. Jesus Christ.
Okay, wait.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, please continue.
Continue.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're good. No, please interrupt because it's going to be awful if it's just me talking.
I want to know what the fuck you're saying. I'm locked in right now.
So there are Greek sources relatively contemporaneous-ish to the birth of Christ, more importantly, his death, within a century or so, right? So oh God, I'm going to say this wrong. Athanasius, something like that, makes the claim most strongly. Other early church authors are going to follow after him, and he's basically saying after Christ is born, the oracles fell into decline. People no longer believed their prophecies. They became ranting mad women instead of having this connection to the divine.
Huh.
He is an early Christian author, right? So he is definitely propagandizing, but I don't think the claim is without merit, especially because a pagan author from roughly the same period, Plutarch, also talks about the fall of the Sibyls, but he attributes it to something else. He is writing a dialogue, and excuse me, folks, it's going to be a lot of that. And the characters in it talk about the great god Pan is dead. Which, if you're familiar with more modern philosophy, Nietzsche has a similar God is dead character proclamation. And they're expressing very much the same ideas that Plutarch's talking about, these characters lamenting, like, people used to believe that the coming of night was the glory of the gods, and it was a gentle blanket that encased the earth, and now they know it can be calculated by the motion of spheres in the sky blocking out light, and it removes this mystery, and so that's also destroying the magic around there.
Interesting. So just to kind of clarify for my own understanding, are you saying that so once the people were able to track the motion of the stars and name them and label them and identify them, thereby illuminating their understanding of the once mysterious heavens, there something about the magic of the time came into decline? Okay.
I can't hear him. Can you hear him?
I can't hear him either.
We can't hear you, Cooper.
Can anyone else hear him? Oh, there we go.
Now I can hear you. Now I can hear you. So Cooper, it's actually interesting what she's saying, because there's this similar thing. So I'm going to continually throughout this, the only thing I'm going to have to contribute is basically contrasting what Cooper's saying and comparing it with what stuff Rudolf Steiner has said, because that's the person I'm a devotee of.
Yeah.
And Steiner talked about this thing where he said that, the discovery of the atom, right? That perhaps the atom didn't exist until someone had conceived of the atom and then observed it, right? And that the atom, the actual mental conception of the atom came into being thousands of years before it was actually observed, right? And so in the ancient Greek times, they thought of the atom, but then we didn't actually see it until years later. But he says that the atom didn't exist until the Greeks conceived of it, and that this is like a fundamental principle of how reality works is this. And so this makes me think of your concept of illumination here, right?
That is exactly
because this is a concept that Steiner didn't, at least to my knowledge, ascribe a specific label to or name to like you're doing here. But it seems to me that you're describing with this illumination principle a similar thing that Steiner is alluding to in these kind of passages.
100%. And Hope, what I was saying off mic is like you are dead on. That is not only what I'm saying, but what Plutarch is saying, right? So this is like 100 CE-ish, 2,000 years ago. So he is at that point also pointing out the illumination of the mysteries is weakening their influence. He talks about how even just like a century before, there were 3 priestesses at the temple, and they were always in demand. And now one priestess can easily handle all of the oracle's demands. And like, not only is it that the oracle is less impressive, but the people are also not engaging with the magic system, which thereby weakens its authority.
Right.
and just undermines the entire system. So at least locally, there is a decline in magic. So we've got Jewish sources saying from roughly the time of Alexander's conquest to the birth and death of Christ, their magic system is falling apart. Their priests are losing their
Interesting.
ability to do this.
Yeah.
At the same time, the Greeks are observing their own decline in magic, but for a different reason. They are illuminating the magic. The authority of the Jewish magicians is falling. And that's that context that is very importantly removed from this part of the Talmud. Is it's Simon's death. He is the last true following the covenant, like obeying the true Jewish magic priest in that storyline, right? So it's his death and fall there that causes the other priests then to be of lesser and lesser quality until they get to the point that they can't use any of the magics. But that original tweet says, well, this happens all over, and there's a bunch of other sources that agree with it. And no, they don't.
Okay.
There's nothing. There's one Han record that is like almost 10 years too early of a solar eclipse. But they also don't talk about magic breaking down or anything like that. That said, there are rising and declining magic systems even outside of maybe an age-changing event. It is absolutely possible to kill someone's gods, to destroy their magics. The Egyptian magic system fell apart by this point for a lot of reasons, and we can yap about that. But it was already long useless. I mean, even by the time that we're talking about like the Sibyls starting to fall apart, they arguably replaced that magic, and then it was replaced, right? We have to remember that the Egyptian civilization is very, very old. So it is a very localized decline. So it isn't universal. There's nothing else in the historical record. None of the other civilizations that I could find that we have historical records of, which is a lot for that time period. 2,000 years ago isn't that crazy far back. There doesn't seem to be anything. So it's localized. Why? So the big question we're going to examine, and kind of what we're going to...
Excuse you. Oh.
Start to play with, is this question of like what causes the magic to die. It's very, very relevant, but the underscoring principle, and you might disagree with me, and that's fine, but one thing I'm going to ask you to accept for the purposes of this, the next couple hours anyway, is that death is inevitable for everything that exists in our specific iteration of existence. There is nothing that gets to exist forever.
Even God?
Even gods, because they are not part of existence. And so, like, in the book, I talk a lot about God beings are the manifestation of a god within reality, but God beings can die and be destroyed. The actual true divinity can never fully manifest within reality. So it's always a little bit of a copy. It's always a shadow. Anything that we engage with isn't the whole thing, because the whole thing is a perfection. And we'll get into that and all of the fun questions of that and math, magic.
What does this mean? What does this comment mean? What is horse liniment?
She means ointment.
Ointment. Get horse ointment.
What the fuck is horse ointment?
Yeah, Olives. Wait, what is horse ointment?
I got the joke.
You got the joke?
What, do I have a mane or some shit? Like, is that what is the...
No,
I look like a horse?
No, it's
Alex,
Cooper.
you're the only fucking boy here.
Not everything's about you. Come on, Leo Moon.
So here's where we get maybe a little bit more positive, a little more interesting. How do you make a miracle, right? What does that actually look like? We will use this framework to answer this question, to talk about what happened with Christ's resurrection. It is important. It does matter. The localized event we will hopefully be able to explain. But I welcome thoughts, conversation points, side points, tangents, chat. Please ask questions. Please interrupt me. Please give me opportunities to take a drink. Again, if you can't tell, I feel fine, but this cold is kicking my butt. It is a true man cold. I will be fine in 2 days. I also do hate the fact that we will have to. Oh, liniment is a thing apparently. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. I didn't know
Now,
what
we're also
liniment was.
competing with
And then when you said
astronauts. So
ointment, I thought it was something you put on you.
I don't know
But
what
I guess
liniment
it's something you drink, you take. I don't know. Who knows what the fuck it is?
I'm just an ignorant country magician. So when I talk about the ways, and we will talk a lot about the ways, this is a fun little image I had AI generate for me that is pretty damn close to how I would picture any one given reality within the greater subset of realities. So this shiny little bit here at the center is whatever you would talk about as like the origin, the root, akasha, the singularity that becomes the Big Bang, that becomes everything else, right? This is the center of our everything. And this little lovely shell is our everything. These sort of shooting little beams of light are the magics that I would talk about as arcane magic, right? So that's magics of this world. You also have magics from outside this world that poke their way in. Those ways are also very useful, but are of a different nature. So they're either of a divine nature or a transcendent nature. So stuff that comes from inside is arcane. Stuff that comes from outside is either divine or transcendent. And we will yap a whole lot more about that. But the important bit that you need to understand is that magic is not an inexhaustible resource. It does have limitations. It is maybe, though, renewable. I would argue it's renewable. But we'll talk about what exactly the price for renewing it is. So again, shiny little fun image. I think it's great. It's pretty. Thoughts, conversation points, counterpoints. Cooper, you're so dumb and this is awful. How could you believe this?
I mean, so this, honestly, this diagram does make this whole thing you've been telling me about arcane and transcendent and divine make more sense about it coming from within versus from without. That makes sense because I think there is a difference between, it's like the difference between earth and fire, right? On an elemental level, just on here in a cosmic level, right? So like if the earth is the material and the fire is the animation, the will, it's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of like that duality, but on a grander scale.
Yeah, pretty much. So here's the fun part. The grand design exists to limit magic. Magic is inherently disruptive. It is a force of destruction. Its origin lies in chaos, right? Whatever.
So when you say the design, what do you mean? When you say the design, do you mean like Agent Smith from the Matrix? Like, is that who?
It's a good question.
Yeah, that is a good question. So the grand design, and we'll talk about it a little bit. It's what I would talk about is like the ordering consciousness of the universe, maybe the demiurge, depending on how you feel about things.
Yeah.
Yes, if our guest for next week is listening at Elder Zimraya, we're referencing the Gnostic concept. So next week we're going to have a Gnostic episode. This is kind of a prelude to it.
This will be
so we'll get into the demiurge.
I don't necessarily use it in the same context, but that's probably the best parallel. I tend to view the like design being. No, ask your question. It's probably more interesting.
Sorry, I was just gonna say it wasn't a question, but I was gonna say it also kind of reminds me of like from like in like Stoicism. I think it might have been I'm not sure which era of Stoicism this was, but the idea of like the grand providence, right? That which orchestrates all that which has been determined. I think like every system has their own designer, right? The person that's maybe leading the
ordering logic
instruction. Yeah,
is maybe what
exactly. Leading the ordering logic. Yeah, okay. I think that's that. Yeah.
Yeah, so like within Taoism, where they're talking about like the way or the Tao, right? That it's I just use the design. You could call it lots and lots of other things, but it is the less so the demiurge where it is an active consciousness. That's more Solomon. So if you ever hear me reference Solomon, or as I reference that further, that really is the demiurge. That's more of a one-to-one there. The design is more like the rules and logic that precede even consciousness, that it is the order of the world. It is that question that exists. It is, as we'll get to later, the answers of the prior ages stacked upon each other. So like maybe you could think of it as the lessons learned from prior iterations of the world, the previous decisions made, and the continual logic that comes from those decisions. And so we are at the precipice of that, and we'll then have to make our own decisions. So that's kind of where we're going to get with that. It is super wooey woo. This is the wooiest woo I get.
Yes. So this actually kind of explains why magic has gotten harder to do, or has had to change as time has gone on, because as the universe kind of adapts to the exploits that human consciousness has made, right, i.e. magic, right, then the design adapts to it and changes the rules, makes different exceptions. And so this is making a lot of sense. And I think look, destruction is the core of creation, and this paradox is at the core of existence.
And just to answer Wet Neptune's question, yes, this is covered in Cooper's book.
Yeah, absolutely.
Buy the book. It's called Beyond the Horizon.
I dropped the price as well. So I it's a little older now. How kind of me. So you don't even have an excuse now. It's like cheap.
I mean, the book passes the only meaningful test for a magic book, in my opinion, which is when Hope slept with the book. She had dreams.
I did have dreams, actually.
That were magic.
And it's funny because it was a Kindle. I have it downloaded on my Kindle, and I slept with it, and I had all these magic
even
dreams.
on the Kindle, the magic still works.
Yeah.
So you know the book is magic if that happens, right? So
that is a good litmus.
That's the test.
For a magic book. Yeah.
And it passes that test. And so you don't even need to know what it says, but in order to know it's worth buying. At that point.
I like that take. But it does say a lot. To be fair, this whole presentation is, I think, tops 10 pages in the book. So initially when I wrote it, I thought like, oh, this is super simple and easy, and everybody will like totally digest this, no problem. And then everybody was like, it's great, but it takes me like days to get through a couple pages, and I'm starting to understand why. So this notion of destruction being the origin of creation is essential to my worldview and my description of our existence and why it works the way it does. And it works very much the opposite way that a lot of people might think about it.
That
it is
makes
also
sense.
I tend to view our world as creating through destruction rather than degrading from some more perfect form. And that's where I would say the biggest difference between me and honestly most magical thinkers is I don't think we're falling, I think we're climbing. And it's
what's interesting is I feel like even on a microscopic level, this is so true, because I feel like things have to end in order for new things to start, right? Like for me, for instance, I had to destroy is a strong word here, but I had to end my life back in California to start a new beginning for myself here with Alex and in Indiana. So
I had to destroy my life in California.
I didn't destroy my life in California. But it works on a microscopic level.
Yeah.
It is an act of destruction. Maybe not a bad.
It is.
Yeah, and I agree, Olives. It does take a bit of rereading. done that too.
When you think about it, right? When the egg is penetrated by the sperm, that is a destructive act that is
That's
also
true.
at once creative, right? And so that's really the principle for creation and destruction. And one is the act of penetration of the sperm into the egg, right? So,
I mean, you can
I
point
don't
to
know.
like
Knock on
the
wood.
Big Bang or
yeah,
elements of that.
hopefully not. Jesus Christ.
The singularity's destruction allows for the proliferation of the myriad, which is maybe what I would point to instead of sperm cells and eggs. But yes, also, the
Well, that's
universe
what
echoes
Crowley, that's the metaphor Crowley used.
Steiner also likes to talk a lot.
Steiner
Heywood
does
was
talk about it
definitely
too.
reading some kind of Taoist manual where he was like, "Oh, Bochu Jutsu, I like that. I'm into this. There's something we can pull from that." But
You know what? Penis in Korean is gochu, which is pretty similar to what you just said right now. So it's interesting.
That's
So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Just to say about the sources of Steiner, we can't know because he's publicly admitted to having to take oaths that forbid him from even saying what they are. Right. So he's admitted to being subject to oaths that he cannot even disclose the nature of the oath. And so we can't really trust anything Steiner says. Right. I'll just say
I want to revisit
that.
that.
As much as I'm a devotee of him, I don't trust him. Right.
No, I love that point because I want to revisit it because that will reinforce a lot of what we're going to talk about here.
Okay.
So,
right.
yeah,
okay, cool. I'm glad that my interjection is actually useful.
100%. Like you will be I did send the slides ahead of time just so you guys don't think that we're a total slapshot production here. I just know for a fact that you guys didn't read them.
No, I did not look over them.
Yeah,
but
no, I
trust you that you're going to do a great job.
Yeah.
There's no offense here. I want the audience to know that when you hear Alex and Hope saying things before I'm about to get to that point in the slide, this was not planned. This is
no, it's not planned.
So this is where we get to like maybe the darker side of the presentation. And I don't think it's sad or dark, but it is what it is. Magicians sustain the ways, right? So that question of what is the renewable element of magic? It's our lives. So a magician is the oil feeding the lamps of magic. Those fun little pokey lights, whether they're from the inside or the outside. A magician feeds that, becomes the source of that. That is what that's the price you pay for magic.
I kind of love this metaphor, man. Like this is like kind of hitting me in the heart, dude, because like I haven't heard you say this one before, but I feel it on like a soul level right now. Honestly, dude, like, yeah, keep going.
Yeah, it's the big difference between a magician and a practitioner of magic. And I will yap about that endlessly. But in the different ages, different magicians feed these lamps in different ways, right? So in the Age of Gods, the role of a magician was to embody the divine in mortal vessels. So when we talk about the oldest magics we have on record, what are they primarily concerned with? Well, this. It isn't just communing with the gods. That isn't enough. It is making the gods material. It is building the proper temples. It is knowing the proper rites. It's doing things in the correct way and building these physical vessels that actualize the divine, that further strengthen them. It's why when we talk about like Athens deciding, well, which god are we going to build our city for? Where the very streets, the concept of being a member of this city will manifest that god, right? So like the contest between the gods to win over the city is an apt metaphor for how magic works in the Age of Gods. Athena wins, right? Hooray, she gave him the olive tree. And so it becomes Athens. And the city of Athens, even now, is still an embodiment of the goddess Athena. And its people are an embodiment of the goddess Athena. They are literally her vessels. And that magic is from the Age of Gods and continues into now. So old magic doesn't necessarily die, it just quiets as the ages change. When we get to the
So,
Age of
question
Kings,
here.
yeah.
With the Age of Gods. So, because you're describing the Age of Gods, and the example you're using is ancient Greece, but when I hear you describe the way the Age of God works, it reminds me of what Blavatsky and Steiner and the spiritualists talk about for Lemuria, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, to me, because in Lemuria, in Lemurian times, the human vessel was the most hermaphroditic and the most joined of like male and female at once, and so it was able to embody the divine force in a way that our modern human bodies cannot. And as a result, the Lemurian body had a much greater capability to use magic than subsequent human incarnations. And so when I hear you talk about the Age of Gods, it makes me think about Lemuria.
Yes, correct. We'll talk more about Blavatsky and her ages. We both tend to agree that this is the 5th iteration. Although, like, yeah, she talks about root races. I talk about the ages in terms of the logic of the prevailing universe, but I think we are describing the same thing. I also think it's very interesting that we arrive at the conclusion of 5. That comes up quite a lot.
Well, so this is what another you saying that is another point I think we should make and reiterate as this goes on, is that there is an objective spiritual reality out there, but how you perceive it is going to be different depending on the person perceiving. Like, just like if the 3 of us all witnessed a car accident, like we're all standing at the same intersection and we witness a car accident happen, and then the police talk to us afterwards, we're all 3 of us are going to have slightly different descriptions of how it occurred. And the same can be said for anything you observe on the spiritual plane, right? And so when I am making connections between what Cooper is saying and what people like Blavatsky and Steiner have said, really what it goes to show is just to prove that these techniques like astral projection and remote viewing and like the Akashic records are real, and that these are all just permutations of different people looking at the same phenomena.
Yeah, if my apologies, I should have hammered that away earlier. If you haven't read the book, I guess I'm kind of assuming most of you have or have listened to me yap enough that you know some or have that assumption in mind. My whole magic system isn't 100% shamelessly syncretic. I don't really pretend to be doing all that much original stuff. So I am shamelessly pulling from earlier sources and looking for when do Chinese authors and South American authors and European authors who never ever spoke to each other all say the same thing or something very, very similar. That to me is evidence of they're correct, because I really do think that none of us are correct, and I don't think I'm absolutely correct. So you will not break my heart.
Yeah, we're kind of all correct and none of us are correct. Because I don't want you to do yourself down, Cooper, because I feel like, you're saying that your system is syncretic, and that is true. But as an objective outside observer, I will say that your cosmology and your system does have some kind of unique spark within it. Like there's a generative force that comes from you that is the result of you going out into the spiritual plane, interacting and perceiving things and learning in that way. And I don't think you should discount your firsthand experience in the creation of it, because I don't know.
Yeah.
No,
you're correct. So, I do downplay it, but we will talk about my own way and what that means a little bit too.
Okay.
When we get to the Age of Humanity and why I do what I do, and it will make a lot more sense to folks, particularly if you've followed me for a while and you're like, well, how much does he really mean the I'm a god shtick? way more seriously than you think, but I think that's way less special than it sounds. And that will make sense by the end of this. I think,
Okay.
if I've done my job right. So that said, to your point, yes, we are talking about when we get to the Age of Kings, the magics tend to focus on chosen mortals. So that's the idea of a king, and that is why I use the language of kings when in my own like esoteric magics. That is why I am the Witch King. That is why there are 4 kings of the horizon. I base my whole magic system on a prior age. And we can talk all about that if we have time at the end of this. But one of the particularly interesting elements of the Age of Kings is that magicians go from bringing the gods into reality to the gods have chosen specific people through various means, whether you want to talk about it as like demigods or their chosen disciples or whatever. They are capital K kings, and that doesn't always mean political kingship, but often does.
Oh, okay.
One of the very important kings that we're going to talk about.
I am raising my hand. I'm waiting for him.
Sorry. Yep.
No, that's okay. I just
sorry. I'm sorry for interrupting. I just
just have a question.
Seeing her do that is just, I can't not comment on that. It's funny.
You were on a roll. I didn't want to, you know.
I always am. You just need to interrupt.
I do.
We'll get back to
I know, because we all do. We all interject. You know, it's fine, but it was a good one. I wanted you to keep going. But the question was because something that you learn a lot from history is that these gods, they all say, I'm the chosen one. God chose me to be God, right? Or God chose me to be king. That's why I have actually divine providence.
Yeah, it's called the divine right of kings. Right. It's a legal doctrine. Yeah.
So does that tie in? Yes, the mandate of heaven. Does that tie into the Age of Kings? Okay, got it.
Exactly. Yep. You are following 100%. That is exactly correct.
Cool.
So then we get to our age, which is the Age of Humanity, which is to ascend through the mortal vessel. So that is a pretty big jump from we're going to bring the gods down into reality, and that will make reality absolutely perfect, and therefore end reality in the best way possible. To no, chosen humans will be allowed to rise to immense power, and they alone will be able to enact their wills, and everyone else in that age exists to facilitate that will. And then you get to the Age of Humanity, which says, no, every single individual mortal soul has equal potential to ascend and become an actor, an agent, a voter, an elector, whatever you want to think about it, within the cosmos, and determine how reality will end.
That's sick. We're in a democratic age, it sounds like.
Okay, so
yes.
So just to draw some parallels here for concepts others may be familiar with, the Age of Kings makes me think of Atlantis and what people like Steiner and Casey say about Atlantis, and where in Atlantis there, according to Edgar Casey's work, there was 2 groups, the Belial and what was the good group? I can't remember their name that starts with an A. Anyway, there's these 2 groups, and there are these 2 groups of magicians, and they are empowered to use magic, whereas the masses of people could not. So in the previous age of Lemuria, where all people could channel the divine energy and everyone can use magic, in the age of Atlantis, it was a chosen few. The magician class that could use magic, and there was a war between the black magicians and the white magicians, and this is very similar to Edgar Casey's and Rudolf Steiner's version of the Atlantis story, right? And then when we transition to the Age of Humanity, this is what kind of Steiner talks about with the age of Jesus Christ, right? And what kind of Jesus made possible for all of us. So someone is talking about Evola here. Now, I'm gonna take this seriously, even though it's Evola. A whole thing of uploading rights and chosen king. It sounds like his whole philosophy is going back to the age, gods and kings.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Go ahead, Cooper. What do you want to say to that?
Yeah, he is very, as many far right thinkers tend to be, very actively trying to. So the way that I'll be woo here is sustain ancient ways, right? So he is very much drawing on the older magics and trying to keep them active in this age, and we will talk about that. As is true of maybe what we understand of reality, even on just like a plainly physical science way, shit be wiggity. It's weird. And one of those aspects is like old magics don't necessarily, it isn't like a switch gets flicked, right? Like we went from the age of gods to the age of kings to the age of unity, and so everything died.
You can still go back and dig up those corpses and reanimate them and get some juice out of those old magics, just when Hitler invoked Wotan and all of that. And the thing I'll say about a
positive example of that, but yes, you are correct.
But
it's Alex.
What I'll say about Evola is that I don't diss Evola because he's a fascist, right? I'm dissing Evola because his magic circle, his whole group that he started disintegrated within 18 months. So that just shows you're a bitch ass magician and can't fucking do it. So I don't give a fuck what your politics are. If you can't keep your own cult together for longer than 18 months, fuck off. Don't bother me with anything you've written. I don't know. That's controversial, but I'm going to say it.
Yeah. It's my new vocals, Tim. Please. That makes me so happy. That's hope. Flag this as a good clip because shit gets wiggity. We've got to confirm this is fantastic.
59 minutes.
So the flip side of this is, so if you read my book, especially by the time we get to book 4, I'm pretty shamelessly I think practitioners of magic are the most degenerate humans possible. I think they should all be ashamed of themselves. If your goal is not to become a magician, I despise you. And if it isn't super clear why, I hope this little bit on the screen helps you understand why.
I love some elitist ideology injection into this. Fuck yeah.
I struggle so much with this because at a certain point, how willing am I to be bled dry so that you can conjure your petty fucking sorceries, right? And turns out my threshold on that is pretty low. Other entities, as we will talk about, are a little more tolerant of you bleeding them dry. So one of the reasons that you will see things in most magical orders of you need to feed into the order, right, to get something back, is to pay for this exchange, right? So practitioners of magic draw on the ways of magicians. So part of the big divide in my magic system that I would talk about is practitioners cannot make up magic. They cannot do their own thing. They can never bring anything new into reality. All they can ever do is repeat the magics of actual magicians. And so when we talk about a Catholic magics, great example. Catholics are a bad example. Let's talk about the Proddies. The Proddies can only do whatever Jesus did, right? So if Jesus did it in the Bible,
you're saying?
Yeah, Protestants.
Yeah. Okay, just
yeah, the little
Proddies,
dogs.
I'll be right back. I'm going to keep the earphone in, so I'll be able to keep listening.
So, yeah, the just being, they are then able to to replicate those magics, right? So they often either have to directly invoke the deity, like in the name of Christ, I banish this demon, and they'll maybe read from Psalms or something like that. But they're not able to make new magics. The Catholics are a little different because they know what they're doing. But even when we talk about like the New Age, right? A lot of New Age magics they drain the ways. It's why I'm so spicy about practitioners versus magicians, and I think everyone should become a magician.
And spicy about the New Age too.
There are many reasons I'm spicy about the New Age, but that is one of them, because the New Age teaches you to be happy with the poppy fields. If you read the book, I talk about the fourth stage of your ascent is the poppy fields, and that you should be happy, especially when you're learning magic, when you're building your craft, when you are attaining your first ascent. There should be a period of absolute bliss. There should be a point at which you're like, I don't need anything else. I don't want anything else. And yet,
oh my God, I'm making the connection now with the New Age movement and the poppy, because you're not supposed to stay in the poppy field. You're supposed to move on.
Correct. And what is
and
the
New Age
tell you?
really focuses on the poppy field. Oh my God. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Alex. You missed it. Did you hear it?
I heard what Cooper was saying. I missed what you were saying.
So he's making this connection between the New Age system of magic and the occult and all that stuff and the poppy field. And it's like and the New Age wants to stay in the poppy field. You know, in the poppy field.
Yeah, that's why you don't use the Golden Dawn shit, because they're just going to drain your life force.
Yeah.
Right? I thought everyone knew that.
What do you mean? No, wait, what? What do you mean?
Well, so he's talking about the
because
Golden Dawn.
You'll be caught in the poppy field.
That's also what the Golden Dawn is.
Really? Okay, I'm not familiar with the Golden Dawn, really, to be honest with you. I'm just thinking about how there's so much. If you learn about magic or spirituality through TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, a lot of it is so much of like everything's gonna be okay. You know, I mean, and it will, but there's this like attitude of like, it's all just love and light. Yeah, that's all there is. But if you think about it, that's the poppy field, right? That you reach once you, I guess, reach your ascent. But you're not supposed to stay there.
You know more magic. You know enough magic to bend the rules of reality in your favor.
Yes.
So everything seems to go your way, right? I can manifest whatever it is I desire. I can blah, 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 blah. And that's awesome. And that is part of the ascent. But true magicians, actual magicians, will have a will that is beyond the material satisfaction of a need to know something that is beyond the material. That is what drives them to say, I have everything I could ever want, and I am going to burn the poppy fields so that I can climb the mountain. That is the final stage of a magician's ascent. That is the hardest part. That is when you reach the abyss,
dude,
and you cross it and you become a true magician. That is the only way through. Every magic system will lead you to the poppy fields, whatever they call it, and challenge you to take perfect bliss and destroy it, because what you desire is something greater than that. And if you don't have that in you, you can never become a magician. And in my mind, you're worthless, and you should never bother practicing magic anyway. Just live your life like a normal person and you're better off. Dude. If, however, you have that fucking dog in you, you can do this.
Yes, man. Oh my God. That's the best description I've ever heard of this, because that's exactly what it was like. Yeah. Oh my God.
Brutal.
Yes. Yes, but it's also, it's like so fucking invigorating and life affirming, and you never feel more alive than in that moment. And you're like, yes,
you become a real human being.
Yeah. You
It's
claim
pretty
it for
awesome.
yourself. Yeah, it is.
So the ways are ties between the worlds. And now we're going to get wiggity, wiggity, wiggity. So destruction creates creation, right? So destruction gives birth to creation, but creation also then creates new things that can be destroyed. So these two are in a fun little loop with each other. And that leads to what we call the real, the arcane, the current state of the cycle of birth and death, of rebirth and destruction, of chaos and order. That is the arcane. So when I talk about the 5 divine natures, the arcane is one of those. Or I'm sorry, the 5 magical natures. You then have the divine and the transcendent. And so those are those lights coming from outside the sphere. Arcane are the lights coming from inside the sphere. And these 3 together make up reality, existence. These are the 3 forces, and they are not always separate. They often are intermingled, especially when we're talking about human souls. It's pretty common to find people who have true arcane souls. It's very rare to find someone who has a divine or a transcendent soul that's double. If you're not familiar with my system, I give you a primary and a secondary nature. So it's very rare to have a primary and a secondary nature that are both divine, or to have one that is both transcendent. Both arcane is pretty common. Most people have a primary arcane nature, which means you emerge from the questions of our reality. That is literally everything from and this is where I get I'm trying not to get teary-eyed, because I find reality beautiful and lovely and gorgeous. And so the questions that arise from reality are things like, what is the perfect sound of wind blowing through a prairie? That is a question of the arcane, right? So at some point, somebody's whole soul, the whole reason you exist, is something at some point, whether a human or something else, imagined there could be a perfect sound of wind blowing through grass. And it might take thousands of years, and it might never happen, but it might so happen that the circumstances of the world allow for a perfect wind to blow through a perfect field of grass. And just so happens there is a conscious being there that perceives it. And that wish is fulfilled and becomes part of the concrete absolute truth of reality and iterates itself over and over and over again. So there is, in fact, a perfect sound of wind through grass. And that perfection becomes the Platonic form through which every iteration of existence hereafter replicates itself. That is what we get to do. We get to build the perfect forms that will be other worlds over and over and over again, and answer those questions. And our failure to answer those questions only hurts ourselves. So whether those questions are from this world, like the arcane, or the divine, my own nature, I would ascribe to the divine, which is a question of perfection, of a question already answered, of a previous age, of a previous time in our own history, of some answer that was attained and is perfected and tries to echo itself over and over and over again, returning to that truth over and over and over again, a reassertion of something that was already established. That is what the gods are, right? They are already perfect. They are already absolute. They already exist, but they try to echo themselves through our reality, to strengthen their claim, to permeate themselves through multiple universes. And then you've got the transcendent, which are entities from outside our reality, from other realities, from the astral plane, from other planes of existence, from higher planes, from lower planes, from realities that failed and crumbled apart, consciousnesses that escaped the end of their own universe. All of these entities, all of these consciousnesses exist within our reality and are fighting with each other to determine the end of reality, to establish a truth which will then go through the cycle of creation over and over and over again and be a truth upon which other worlds are based. That is the meaning of magic. That is why any of this matters. Whatever your soul's nature is, it's the tiniest, most pitiful, whatever you might think of as like a pathetic, stupid worthless question, whatever it is so immensely important and beautiful and wonderful, and you get to shape it. Like that's the part that I struggle with. Like, I just don't understand how anyone isn't delighted by existence. Like, you get to
Yeah,
choose.
I know. Being incarnated is awesome, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's fucking the best. It's like all these spirits are fucking jealous, man.
They have to sacrifice themselves to enter reality, right? Every single soul is born of a spirit that destroyed itself to have a chance at changing what is. That is literally the next line. And again, Alex did not read these lines ahead of time. Like, I promise you.
I did not. I did not.
A soul's nature reflects the way the spirit entered reality and the choices of the soul therein. That's why we have two natures. You have the nature of your spirit, which is the one you don't choose. And you have your secondary nature, which is the nature the ensouled person chooses.
I forget what you said mine was. I know you said I'm primarily arcane. I can't remember what you said I was secondarily.
Yeah. You are a double arcane. You are an enchanter through and through.
I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense with the shit I've discovered recently, and like the ability to manipulate the apparatus that's basically unmatched.
He taught me how to make objects work better. It's just by talking to them nicely, but in a specific type of way.
No, there's a lot of magics for it. Hope, I would guess your primary nature is arcane and your secondary nature is probably divine. Most shamans usually are going to have a secondary nature or a primary nature that's one of the outer two. You don't have much of a transcendent nature in you. And for what it matters, my own nature, my primary nature is divine and my secondary nature is transcendent. I'm
interesting.
I mean, yeah, this is all well and good, but I think that the thing is, so I can see like the outside being like the transcendent being like a metaphor for what Steiner says about asuras and devas and all of this. I'm not sure if there's a metaphor for the divine that I've come across. I mean, I think what he's really getting down to, I mean, he talks about being arcane of the real. I think really what that means is kind of being embodied, like there's an embodiment that occurs with that where, I mean, I don't want to speak for Cooper, but I think that the arcane is there's a lot more to it than it shouldn't be dismissed just because it's the majority of things. No. Cooper, you're back.
Yes, correct.
Someone says, I actually thought about the Asuras and Devas comment when Cooper was talking about the transcendent too. Right. So yeah, there was this concept I alluded to about Steiner talking about how Asuras and Devas can incarnate into people, and this could be the transcendent
correct
element.
Yes. And so, well, if I'm correct, the devas would be the divine and the asuras would be
so the devas are the good angels and the asuras are the evil spirits, right? So
yeah,
like Rahu is an asura,
right?
That kind of transcends and becomes immortal, right?
Yes, and the one caveat I would offer, and another good example would be in Norse mythology, where you've got the oh god, what is it? The gods and the giants. I forget the actual words for them. The Aesir and the something. That is also a separation then of the divine and the transcendent, which is this idea that the primordial entities, these things which are of similar or equal power but are imperfect, right? Incomplete is the word that I would probably use. So when I talk about the divine, I don't necessarily mean good. And if we're being honest,
So, okay. I feel like you are hitting on why I've always been suspicious of gods and like been anti-God and hated God. And maybe this goes to the
because you're an
arcane
arcane
nature
double.
you're talking about, because to me, gods are inherently imperfect because decided to take some action. They've decided to manifest one way or the other. Like, to me, the earth, before I decide to mold it into anything, before I decide to change it, that's perfect, right? If I have the earth, I could plant a seed and grow something, or I could dig the earth out and mold it into a pot and apply heat to it and make it into something like that. So the earth in its unformed state, to me, represents perfection, right? And so the reason why I'm anti-God and I kind of hate God is because God represents the opposite of that, which is like pure form, right? And so I like to see the potential in everything, whereas God likes to see the form take place and see the potential brought out and have it differentiated, right? Am I?
Correct.
Go on. Yeah. What do you
basically.
think about that?
So like, I talk about this a lot. It's one of the reasons that people who have divine natures like yours truly struggle with elemental magics. It's really hard for me to your metaphor of clay, right? If we're going to talk about elemental spirits that way, it's really hard for me to reach to look at a piece of clay, to look at a hunk of clay and see it as a hunk of clay. All I can see when I look at a hunk of clay is how can I make that thing like me? How can I make it beautiful as I imagine beauty? How can I make it mine? How can I make it like me? Where an enchanter or
I see the infinite potential in all the things it could be. I see every different thing I could make it into. I see like the raw material and all of these infinite potentialities I could draw out from it. Right?
That's an arcane nature.
Oh my God, that's cool.
This is a great episode, by the way.
How can I use the clay in a way that has never been used before? Right? That's where then the transcendent comes in, where you're looking at clay as a sculptor and you see the infinite possibilities of a sculptor because you exist within the flow, right? So you know that clay is made to make pottery. And I, as coming in from a divine perspective, know that stuff can be made to be more like a thing. So I'm going to make it more like me. And you look at it and say, this thing can be made into all kinds of things like pottery, and maybe even a pottery that hasn't been done before. And a transcendent soul would look at it and say, that can be made into a bomb and invent C4.
Interesting.
These three natures are, they feed each other, right? As much as there's a rock, paper, scissors in terms of like which wins out over which, they also feed into each other. And that is a thing you will see over and over and over echoed in my magic systems, is that the nature of reality is never for one thing to permanently be dominant. Everything has its undoing and has its cycle of being, and we will hammer away at that plenty here. But I think there's a ton here. We've already gone even further than I thought we would by this point. Chat has been fairly chill.
Chat actually has a good question.
Can you name the primary and secondary energies for some big spiritual figures? Buddha, Jesus, Allah, anyone really? I think you probably mean Muhammad instead of Allah, since Allah has never been like an incarnate.
She corrected herself afterwards, immediately afterwards.
Right. Oh, I see that now. Yeah, Muhammad, not Allah. I mean, right.
I can do all three.
Someone says Alex, your hair is looking better.
It is. He adjusted on it. That's, what it is. It looks great.
You know what?
I love your hair.
Look, this is...
What?
This would be humiliating if I wasn't also like, formerly transsexual.
You love it.
Is it humiliating? You love the attention. Come on. Come on.
All right.
But
all
yeah,
right.
actually,
So
that was
I
a good
mean,
question.
so if
What
I'm
did you
gonna
think, Ella?
let me take a stab at it for
Yeah, that'd be
for
fun.
Buddha.
Okay.
All right. So Buddha, I'm gonna guess is arcane transcendent.
No.
I mean, seems like it though.
Not transcendent at all. I would argue Buddha is arcane transcendent or arcane divine, excuse me.
Arcane divine, right?
Mhm.
Well, I
Jesus
guess
is
I get
easy.
all right. So if we're all right, so are we interpreting transcendent as a like unipolarity where it's like a 90-10 polarity, and then the divine is more of a 50-50 polarity, like a balanced polarity? Is that kind of how we're interpreting these energies, where transcendent is like the harsh lightning bolt and the divine is more like Reiki energy? Like, is that what we're
No.
saying?
Awesome. I thank you so much. That is a great point to raise. No. Transcendent gets a bad rap. And part of why Transcendent gets a bad rap, especially from me, is because my primary nature is divine. And so in the rock, paper, scissors of this, divine beats arcane, arcane beats transcendent, transcendent beats divine. So I struggle a lot with transcendent energy, and that's therein lies the fun of, well, you said your natures are arcane and divine and transcendent, correct? That contradictions are useful in magic, but where you would run into like sort of that harshness element, it's 50-50 for all of them. The gods, the divine, are not nice. Let me be very fucking clear on that. Some of them are. Our story today focuses on a particularly benevolent divine entity, but most of them are not. I don't even think that I'm that benevolent, and I'm pretty nice, right? Like the Witch
Hardly
King,
any.
as far as gods go, pretty fucking nice. Also very terrifying.
Hardly any of them are any good, and
they're just perfect.
I mean,
perfect. And when I use the word perfect, I really do mean complete, as if there is no question that remains.
Right.
Whereas a transcendent thing, you could think of the transcendent as an eternal question, right? So it's a thing that by its very existence takes what is the defined perfect answers of the divine and says, well, but actually, right? So that is why transcendent overtakes divine. Is it
yeah, it has the capacity to turn everything on its head.
Yeah, exactly. And for the better or for worse, right? If we were to talk about the 3 outer planets, which is maybe how I would want to talk about this,
Okay.
I would talk about the arcane being Pluto,
Yes.
the transcendent being
dude,
Uranus,
yes.
and
Okay.
then Neptune being
Which one is Uranus?
The transcendent.
Transcendent is your okay.
That makes sense.
That makes sense. Yes, because Neptune. All right, so I actually have astral projected to Neptune before, and when I got there, it was all just like this white swirling smoke, like white and different shades of gray, and there was this howling sound, and that sounded like a laugh. It would go in and out between sounding like a howl and sounding like a laugh, and like Neptune's the closest I've got to total dissolution. And so I feel like Neptune is that, when you see the Sephiroth and they have Neptune as Kether, I feel like that's more accurate, because some people put Pluto as Kether, but I think Neptune is Kether.
Yes, I would agree with you.
That's my personal standpoint.
I think people sleep on Neptune's power, but that's just me.
Dude, Neptune is awesome. I'm wearing a Neptune talisman right now, actually. From shout out to David Berkowitz at Centaur Space. Honestly, this talisman is so fucking good. This is the best talisman I have that I haven't made. And it's really good.
That's pretty high praise from you.
That is. Also, thank you, Stella, for your compliment.
You do have great hair. That has long.
I mean, she does. She does. We got to give it up for her.
I'm Leo rising.
She's Venus.
Leo rising Taurus.
Be great hair. So when I talk about miracles, I'm talking about the pinnacle of an age's magic, right? So a way is created when a magician manifests a new miracle.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay.
So when I talk about a magician's goal, in my opinion, every single magician, our goal is to manifest a miracle. The greatest among us will manifest a new miracle. And that creates a new way of magic. But even a magician manifesting a miracle that already exists is huge, amazing, like should be celebrated, screamed from the mountaintops, like blasted on all the radio stations. Like it is an amazing thing.
It is. And I think it's a requirement, the miracle.
That your second descent should basically always be attaining an existent miracle, and then the third ascent, if you go that far, should be manifesting a new miracle.
Your own miracle.
Because what else are you doing, right? Like you can't do the first ascent then being attending your own miracle, which we will talk about, I promise. So the problem is ways also close. So as a miracle is exhausted, as the magics that descend from a miracle, and we talked about this in my about my family episode, right, where I talked about my family has the blooded miracle of clairvoyance. And so what I mean by that is the knowledge, the potential, the possibility for that miracle to exists within my family by virtue of the law of the gods, right? Of the age of gods, excuse me. So isn't that lovely for us? But it doesn't mean that each one of us manifests it, right? So within my family, as far as I can look back, I am the first one to actually properly manifest the miracle of clairvoyance in at least 300 years. That's a big deal. That's exciting, right? So that for a line of magicians is huge. Ideally, what would happen, what I aim to have happen, is that my successors will also be able to perform miracles of an established order, of an established way before I die. My niece is already pretty damn close. So
you are cutting out for me, Cooper. I don't know if that's me on my end or yours. Hope it's not.
Make sure that I'm not.
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Well, good.
Okay, we're good now.
Grand. So the gist is that miracles are very important. Magic is subject to entropy, right? So even miracles begin to degrade over time. If magicians do not renew them, then the miracle will die out. To the grand design, to our reality, to the logic that maintains physics, right? The reason that this falls, to maintain that logic, the design has to close ways of magic in the same way that your body, to maintain its equilibrium, has to close wounds. Magic is destructive. Magic causes harm to reality. It is why will is so important, right? If you don't truly believe that you know better than the logic of reality, how can you do magic? It's impossible. That's the
You're
basic
absolutely
requirement
correct.
of will. I know better than causality itself. That is the arrogance of every magical act.
It requires an irrational will. You're right.
You have to be a nut job.
And
You can't use magic
to-
and be normal.
to touch on this is Alex, have you ever seen Allah and the sun in the astral? I'm just curious how those two are. No, I don't really want to go looking at something like, well, fuck Allah, first of all. I mean, that motherfucker is worse than Yahweh. I have more contempt for him than basically
Yahweh's at
anyone
least
else.
No, Allah is nice. At least it means peace. Islam means peace. He doesn't call for you to kill everybody. He's nicer.
Yeah, Islam is the religion of peace. I'll believe that one. Yeah, I'll believe that when I'm dead.
Well, it might not be too long.
And someone says, I need a Mars and Capricorn talisman so bad. Someone else says, I second the Mars and Capricorn talisman. I actually did make Mars and Capricorn talismans back in the beginning of 2024. Limited edition of 5 of them. They're pretty fucking rad. I'll do it the next time that comes. I actually have Mars and Scorpio talismans.
Yeah, he has Mars
that
and
are
Scorpio
going to come
talismans.
out soon. Eventually, they are the most wicked and malefic talismans I've made, and I'm very hesitant to sell them because you could really fuck someone up with these, right? Like they're really hardcore, and I've personally tested them in some this ongoing malefic magic beef I'm engaged in, because when I release them, they're gonna be a tool to use in magic warfare. And so I've been testing them over the last year in this ongoing beef that I have. And so, yeah, when the Mars talismans eventually come out, they will be good. Yeah, Hope, you've seen the Mars talismans. You want to tell them about
the Mars talismans?
Yeah.
He's been using it a lot for protection.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Someone says, can they be used for protection? Yes.
He's been primarily using it for protection. What's crazy about the Mars talisman is that the first time that I held it, he didn't really tell me much about it, just that he made it as like a type of talisman you can use for necromancy or for protection. And if you're in some sort of having some sort of problem. So I held it for the first time, and then I started to see this purple skinned witch, or it was green and purple, or she was wearing a cream. I can't remember the details of it, but it might have been a purple gown and a green face, and she kind of looked like Malevolent from Snow White, like the cartoon Snow White. And I was telling him all of this, and Alex freaked out and was like, "Oh my God, that's the witch that I put into the talisman." So it's magic.
Yeah,
it's real magic.
So I made 10. So to Olives, I made 10 of the talismans, and 5 of them were made out of bloodstone pillars. And those are the ones that she's describing, which have the female witch inside of them, that it's used for malefic magic and protection and necromancy. And there's a lot of other things it can do. It's seriously it's the wickedest thing I've ever made. And then there's also the ones I also had a bunch of carnelian stones I made at the same time. And these ones, these ones, I have to disclose, I did ejaculate on these several times in order to charge them with masculine energy. I'm going to wash them before I sell them, right? But yeah. So there's ones that are geared towards vitality and energy and sexual prowess, right? And then there's other ones that are more geared towards the pillars are the coolest, because you can use them as like a substitute for a wand, and you
Yeah,
can
I've probably
cast
been using
a
it.
magic circle with them, and you can do like seriously the pillars. The pillars are. I don't even know. I'm afraid to sell them, honestly. They're that bad. Like, yeah. All right, Cooper is back.
Sorry, I'm ordering Taco Bell. I'm so hungry right now. I swear to God, I'm ordering Taco Bell on Uber Eats.
God bless.
You haven't even
You make it a
consulted.
mukbang.
I was
You
going to
haven't
hand it
ordered.
over to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was going to hand it over to you afterwards.
All right. What? Who says Gooner alert? Okay. Look, just because.
What's a gooner?
Look,
It's not untrue.
I think I'm too old.
it's because I mentioned that the Mars talismans that I made, like half of them I ejaculated onto.
The gooner is someone who comes.
Yeah, it's a masturbator. It's what the children call.
Oh, is it? That's what gooner meant. We do need to add Hope's orders on her Hope's online orders to the bingo. That is actually a really good addition.
Yes, it is.
A perfect one.
I'm so hungry. Okay,
Here we go.
please continue.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to make it work. So there is no one particular manifestation recipe for miracles. There are a lot of them, but manifesting the miracle of a way is the best way to maintain a given magical tradition, or like, again, capital W way. Widening a way is also possible. So the Catholics are very good at this. And this is why Catholicism is how it is. And the different Orthodox versions are also very similar. So before I explain this, let's just throw this out to the class, right? This has been too much teacher talking. What the fuck do I mean here? There's a reason that I care about Catholic magic, but no Protestant worries me, ever.
Well, it's because Protestants don't even believe in it. Really?
Why?
They're like, the Protestants are such bullshit, man. They're like, I don't know. They're barely. It's like taking a sugar pill.
That's a good way to think about it. But I would emphasize this question of miracles. So one of the elements is there's no apostolic succession, right? Like, I know they try to claim it, but do you really have it? No.
And by the way, Cooper, there's a little bit of a lag with the chat, so things might start coming in soon. I imagine that they probably got to that part.
Oh, good to know we're on a delay.
Now.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay. Is the woman his girlfriend? Yes.
No, he just keeps her in the house for fun.
He just keeps her, yeah. Came over.
Yeah, no. She's just my. You know, I ordered her
before he sees something fucking
like,
horrible,
the dark web, right? And she came in a shipping container to my house.
Too late.
Question: feel free to ignore arcane, divine, and transcendent. In the book, you mentioned somewhere who changes their nature being defiled. How can someone like that be identified?
Yes. So depravity is what she's talking about.
Okay.
Not 100 million% relevant here, but not irrelevant. So to me, it's one thing to fail to fulfill your nature. That's pretty common, right? Like most people will fail. To go against your nature is another matter entirely, right? There is no act more disgusting to me than a magician who turns against their own nature. And that's what I would call depravity. So for someone like me, whatever the exact words of my nature would be, it's something to the gist of to spread magic, to cultivate new magicians, to bring forth magic, right? That is my nature, my purpose, whatever else I decide. If I were to then defile myself, to become depraved, in that action, you do gain an immense amount of magical power. That is why anybody would do it. The consequence is that not only do you create something that is antithetical to yourself, but as I would view it, you are literally just defiling is the only word. It's fucking disgusting. But again, I don't know. Some of you might do it. You shouldn't. It's gross. In my case, it would be taking magic from people, right? So burying the secrets of magic to make myself stronger. To live like that might actually make me more powerful, but would defile my own nature and causes some problems when we get to reincarnation. The second half of this question, how can someone like that be identified? That's a little bit trickier. They feel disgusting. And I know that's not helpful. If you've
Interesting.
done sensing classes with me, you will, that might make a little more sense. But depravity has like a lot of qualities, one of which is that it is infectious.
All right.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
This is going to get to be a lot.
Also, I just want to say here that every single Eastern European magic practitioner I've run into has had this depraved nature, and there's just something about it. It's something about like, I think it's like just like really poor magic or something like this. It's just this, I don't know, but I'm basically racist against like Eastern European magic practitioners. Like, I don't know.
The
Fuck
Soviets
them.
knew what they were doing when they tried to destroy magic. They were very good.
Interesting.
They were very, very, very good at it.
Real ones will know what I'm talking about when I say this shit. I don't care if it gets me canceled.
The Teutons could not do what the Soviets were able to do. All that said, new miracles do still occur. The world is nowhere near its end. So for those of us who practice magic, all of us are traversing the ways, no matter what, the highest magician, the lowest practitioner, all of us are traversing the ways in one fashion or another. Probably the most important element of the ways, and the reason that the ways actually matter in terms of like, why would a god who's already perfect care? Or why would a spirit or a consciousness from another reality bother, right? If you are able to utilize that way and your spirits come in, you gain authority over the world. So the more ways that align with a particular authority, the more spirits aligned with that way of thinking enter reality. So another way you could think about it is that if you control the ways, you control which ideas are allowed into reality and which ideas never come into existence at all. Thus, the conflict between the many authorities. So each of them wants their idea of how the world should be, of what it should be, of how it should be, of how it should operate, of what they want to happen from all the possible iterations of the world that could be. You need to have a spirit. There has to be a soul in reality to enact that will. The ways are how those souls, how the spirits enter and become souls. So that's why gods and other entities and entities of this world care about establishing ways. It's how they win in the end, right? You need more people like you, and if you control what spirits get to incarnate and which spirits don't, or maybe a better way of saying it is, if you have the opportunity to make more spirits like you than the other authority has, you're going to win by the end, most likely. That is why the gods give a fuck. Right? They don't necessarily change, but our reality does. So, hopefully that makes sense.
I think so. I think I got that.
This is a good. an interesting little bit. So that like with the widening of any one ways, that shrinks the possibilities of magic in the next stage. Muscle loops us back. Not incorrect. Definitely a concern, particularly when we talk about Christian magic. Interestingly, though, if we were to talk about what's my position, I would argue that the widening of any way, even ways of magic I don't like, is still a net positive. But that's my big beef with Christianity. So, to spoiler alert, where we're going to go further in the presentation, the Catholic Church, and particularly the Catholic Church tries to monopolize mystery. The Protestants just go outright and destroy mystery. And they are very good at it. They're very, 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 very good at it. And that has led to, there are very few ways that still exist. I sometimes talk about, like, yes, there are more magicians now than there ever were at any point in human history, because there are more people than there ever were, right? If I were being super honest and maybe a little depressing, the number of ways in reality is a lot fewer than there used to be. And that has declined immensely over the last century. There are a lot of very negative consequences to that, but one of those being the few ways that are still open, the big ones, are not good in the capital G good sense. They're pretty we will talk about. But that is also why I do what I do, right? The magics that I work, the reason I bothered to start a religion in the first place was to open other ways. So I really do think this matters. But yeah, at a certain point, we do have to acknowledge there are not as many ways as there used to be. So magic comes in three forms. We have authority, which is the first magic. This is the declaration of I am, right? Be. That is, in and of itself, shapes all of reality, right? Where we go back to kind of what Alex said, that wiggity, how do we make ideas into reality? Well, the first magic is authority. I am. I drew the circle. I made the line. I defined something. That is authority in its most basic form. Mystery is then the subsequent magic, the second magic. It's the shadow. It's the outside. If I draw the circle, mystery is what is outside of the circle. It is the defiance of is and could be. Now then we get the third magic, which is illumination, revelation, incorporation, the resolution of could be and am. So we have these sort of this triangle, right, of am, is, and could be. And those three bits cycle over and 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 over, billions of times a second, to generate what we think of as reality. So magic is what shapes all of reality, as far as I'm concerned. There is nothing. So when I talk about, like, we'll get there, but science is the third magic. That's, as far as I'm, that's what that is. It is magic. So miracles arise from mystery. So what the fuck are these terms, right? Because we're getting super wiggity. I appreciate all of you for struggling through this with me. Authority is the prevailing truth, right? This is what the majority of consciousness believes is authority. Mystery is then the defiance of that truth. So if we believe, as we do in the modern age, that all of reality can at some point be defined by physical science, mystery is then everything that says, no, it can't. So the mystery of what is love? How do you quantify love? How do you make love fit a naturalistic worldview? We don't. It doesn't work that way. You can't quantify love. We can
It's the ineffable.
Yeah, exactly. So it becomes a mystery. But some mysteries can be illuminated. In raising the question, inevitably push people to pursue an answer. And so then that gets answered and illuminates the mystery. And in that process creates a new authority, which then creates a new defiant mystery, which then leads to further illumination. And so over and over and over and the spiral
So to
goes.
put it another way, like authority is knowledge, right? Illumination is a question, and the mystery is an epiphany.
I would say the mystery is the question and illumination is the epiphany, but otherwise, yes.
Right. So the illumination is the epiphany. That would make more sense. Yeah. The illumination. Yeah, I reversed that.
Catholicism's central mystery, right, is the Trinity. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. They are all God, and yet they are three distinct aspects of God that interact with each other. That inconsistency is not a flaw, it's a feature of Catholic magic. The Trinity being an inherent mystery is a way to keep the magic system always going. The more your mystery is hard, the harder your mystery is to resolve, the more powerful the mystery is, right? But let's say we're able to illuminate the mystery of the Trinity. That would dissolve it and lead to something else that then becomes an authority. So it's always taking place, and the other elementaries were always maybe at different points, right? So it isn't as if all of the universe is at once authority, or all of the universe is at once mystery, or all of the universe is at once illumination. It is always all of these things in different degrees. So magicians of different magic systems, and we will talk through some of those specifics, will tend to utilize one more than the other. And that's where we get to this question of circumstances favoring one type of magic or another. At different points of history, at different places, at different times, different magics are going to be better. One thing that is important, and we will need to think about here, is that you can usually identify an age is going to end when mystery starts to disappear entirely. So when illumination is huge, it tends to point to an age ending, right? Because it's going to establish a new authority. It's going to create a new deep logic to the universe, a rule that defines everything, an answer. That is the power of illumination. So when mysteries start to disappear and the old authority starts to wane and we see magics of illumination rising, we can typically identify that as the end of an age. And for our folks with good memories, let's go back to our Jesus narrative. What is being observed at that point, right?
Right. Well, I think to give a more like closer at home example to people that you just your explanation reminded me of is that, so for example, with our current age, right, the prevailing authority is the scientific materialism, right? And that was previously established through, there was this great mystery about, like, can we figure out the natural laws of the universe, right? These were things that scientists like Newton and so forth were trying to discover and trying to demystify, right? And they had this illumination. They were able to make their understandings and make them discrete into quant theorems and articulable suspicions and theories about how the universe works, which led to the current authority in our world, which is scientific materialism. Now, that is currently falling away to the mystery of these AIs and these other kind of phenomena that are spiritual in nature that are coming to the forefront. Like
we have quantum physics.
We have quantum physics. We have the UFO phenomena. Yeah. We have AI, where we basically say magic words to the AI and then it creates videos and all of this great shit for us, right? It's like the magic machine of the magicians of old. And so we are back into the mystery stage, which is the age of Aquarius that everyone's been talking about. So when you hear these new agers talk about the age of Aquarius, this is really what they're talking about, is that we are back in the age of mystery, which is Cooper is talking about here, right? And so we see that the authority of scientific materialism is decaying because the things that it can explain are becoming more prominent to us. And it's over the next few years that we will discover these things, which will lead to the illumination, right? Which will, which completes this cycle that he's going through. So we're going to take this further back to the time of Jesus, but I feel like Cooper's cycle here works for our modern age just as well. So I wanted to add that context.
No, I want to hammer away that he did not look at the slides. So when we get to the end of this and I talk about the problems of the human age and I talk about the AI singularity and UFOs and literally everything he listed, I just want to underscore he did not look
I did not look at the slides. This is totally synchronistic.
What I'm putting down.
Well, this is why I asked you to do the show with me, man. Because we are on the same wavelength, and yeah.
We're in magic school for good reason, friends. I promise. I know this is a heavier occult chat than we're used to.
This is a great episode. I keep saying.
So, authority-centered magics, right? If you're looking at your own magical practice and you're like, okay, well, which of these am I maybe focused on? Authority-based magics are really going to focus on the doing of the thing. Confucianism comes to mind here, particularly when we talk about Confucius is really direct, where it's actually people don't even need to understand any of it. It's actually better if those fucking worthless dogs don't even understand why they do the rituals. They just need to do them because doing them over and over and over again reinforces the authority of the cosmos. And by reinforcing authority, we can then order the cosmos to be more like what we want it to be, right? That's the whole point of Confucius.
And this is why discerning chaos magicians are able to exploit thousands of years of superstition to their own benefit, right?
We'll get to that with illumination. So casters in authority-centered systems, because they possess the truth and other people do not possess the truth, they are able to utilize its authority. So the tetragrammaton is here for a very important reason.
All right. I'm sorry. There's a lot of comments in the chat about Robin right now. We should probably address this. Just sorry to interrupt you, but people are saying Robin's been suspended. So Rob's not suspended. So Rob does this thing. He is neurotic and deletes his account and then reactivates. He'll be back. Just don't freak out. He'll be back. He's doing fine. The program is doing well. It'll come out. I just, don't freak out about Rob. He's fine. Yeah, he's just a little. There's those people that they'll just delete their account and then re-enable. Yeah. He'll be back.
So, mystery-based magics tend to focus on the meaning of an act over the logic. Most folk magic is based on mystery. So, I don't know most Native American magic systems super well, but I do know Algonquin magics pretty well. Very much mystery-focused. Obviously, the best example of mystery magics that we have are the classical Greco-Roman magics, who are literally mystery cults. It's where I derive the term from. The big thing here is that the creator, the caster, is creating a new truth from their interpretation of an existing truth. So the mystery is taking an apparent contradiction and using the truth that is established, right, authority, and the contradiction, that is the mystery, and using those to synthesize a new truth, a new interpretation of the truth. That's mystery.
Right.
That then leads to illumination, whereby the mystery is understood. So we go into illumination and magic, where the logic is the focus of the act. So in effect, this is authority magic is the doing makes the magic work. In mystery magic, the meaning makes it work. And in illumination, the logic makes it work. Which is where we get to things like
Yes.
modern science.
What's interesting about this is that I feel like you can apply this on such a microscopic level to like the experience of like a human being. I feel like this cycle, like you said, repeats itself a million times like a second. It's such, I'm just like, my mind won't stop racing and like thinking about all the different examples in my own life where like I've gone through the cycle so many different times, it's like
as above, so below. It really is just that simple, as it just goes back to the core axiom of magic. Is these microcosms, the macrocosm and the microcosm are the same. It's all just iterations of it. One thing I do want to emphasize here is that astrology, astrological magic, typically there are some like this. The sometimes here is doing a lot of work, but astrology is like most people practice it as we typically would practice it. Maybe not so much. Alex tends to do a little more invocation. That's also a magic of illumination. It's one of the reasons that astrology is so incredibly useful. So
I appreciate the distinction, Cooper. I really do. Because
conjuring astrological entities is that's a mystery magic.
So it also when I do readings, I approach it differently. So to me, the chart is like the mandala of the person, and it's like an access point to their energies, and I ask their psychic self to like interpenetrate, and there's a lot of other things. I also try to track my own patterns. Like I've got a system for delineating Venus that I've developed according to declination, that it's kind of come to me through a combination of revelatory insight and pattern recognition that it's my own, right? It's not from books. And so a lot of the way I practice astrology is like I kind of engage with the symbols on a magical level that's kind of divorced from the intellectualism. I do the intellectual part, like the illumination, what they're talking about, where it's applying the rules and the logic. I do all of that first. I have a whole system I do first, then I apply this other thing. So
secretly, but that's not, some of us like to keep our cards held, Alex. But yes, that is exactly correct, and it's why I often will like.
I'm not saying exactly how I do it.
Astrologers who talk about magic, where I'm like, do you actually know what you're talking about? Because you probably don't. But some of them do, and they're lovely. One of the important bits of this is no magic system operates on just one of these, right? All of them are using them to some degree. It's a question of which is the center rather than mutually exclusive categories. The thing about that little triangle is,
sorry,
it also
my Couple Bell is here. I'm gonna go downstairs real quick. Please continue. I just didn't want to. Leave abruptly.
I couldn't really hear you, so I just guessed I should stop talking. So that triangle that I showed you before, where like authority leads to mystery, which leads to illumination, which leads to authority, it also works in the inverse. So illumination destroys mystery, and mystery challenges and undermines authority, and authority threatens illumination, right? So the prevailing truth fights efforts to undermine it. In the same way that a powerful person is going to fight an investigative journalist who's trying to expose their wrongdoings. And their wrongdoings are the mystery behind how they maintained their power, how they came into authority, right? The cycle works both ways. It's very whooshing. I am very much betraying my Taoist origins and thinking here. But if, let's say, I were a magic tradition that centered authority, I would want to make damn sure that magical traditions of mystery didn't exist. Or if they did exist, I would work very hard to weaken them. And the way that I would do that is through illumination. My big old ... here is doing a lot of work to subtweet why I am so spiteful, particularly about Protestant Christianities, which are shamelessly just illumination.
So basically, in this schema, like Christianity and Buddhism are the black pill, right?
Kinda, yeah. Yeah, I did. If you haven't been following me for a long time and have not heard me talk about those two religions as like the great evils, there you go. I don't think they're wholly bad. I think the Buddha and Jesus are fine. I think their religions are fucking really not good. But
hell yeah. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, blaspheme. Get down with it. I don't care.
I've been doing it. That's old news, really.
I mean, so like I believe in Buddha and Jesus when they help me, right? Like to me, like I am a complete opportunist when it comes to magic. It's like, all right, if you're gonna help me, sure. But put up or shut up, bitches. Like
my issue with them is more that like, how do you hear the Phoenix say, okay, I'm going to let all of you potentially become gods. You just have to do what I said to do. And then they all go, but we can also just drink your blood forever and not have to do the hard thing and still get to go to heaven? And he's like, wait, that wasn't supposed to happen. And then that's why Christianity is so fucking terrible. Something very similar happens with the Buddha, but honestly, he wasn't really trying to.
Well, yeah. I mean,
for salvation.
One of the greatest contradictions in Christianity to me is that, like, the Our Father, which is like the main prayer in Catholicism, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done, etc., etc. So in the Bible, in John, where this is excerpted, Jesus, immediately before he launches into this, he says, do not pray as the heathens do in a rote manner, right? Instead, follow my example. And then he gives the Lord's Prayer. And the Lord's Prayer is meant to be this symbolic representation of how to petition God yourself, and how to talk to God yourself, and how to have a personal relationship with God and a personal relationship with the divine. But what do the imbecilic, moronic Christians do? They completely ignore the preceding line in the Bible that is written right there, and then they proceed to copy the prayer verbatim, word for word, for millennia, despite the fact that Jesus explicitly said, hey, don't do this. Don't pray as the heathens do by just repeating these words over and over. Instead, try to develop a personal relationship with God. But Christianity completely doesn't understand. It's like they don't understand their own fucking religion. It's ridiculous.
Or it's like they realized it was easier to be a bunch of dirty, blood-sucking vampires than go through the ascent of Christ, because it's an incredibly difficult and thorny path. Yeah. I don't know. They're just pieces of shit. Could just be. But, I might be biased. Just a little bit. So, the universe is ending. Possibilities are limitless. This is where we get the most wiggity woo-woo I get. where we start to talk about math magic. So the number 1 is important because it is the sphere, right? It is the distinction. If we were to talk about authority and why it is the first magic, it's because it is literally the circle. It is the thing that declares itself. And from that arises the divide, the thing which is not the thing. And between those two is a unity in which the thing becomes the thing it is not, or the not thing becomes the thing it is not, right? That interchanging of the two states, that is the power of 3. So in magic, when we talk about the power of 3 or the Trinity or the unity or any of those concepts that show up over and over and over again, and the number 3 is essential to those, this process is what we're talking about. This is the base iterative layer of reality. So everything that follows afterward is based on this unity. And then we get to the 4th dimension, which is change. So you have the unity, and then you have another version of the unity, and then you have another version of the unity, and another version of the unity. And you also have a version in which the unity falls apart. So we get to our dimension, the 5th dimension, in which one of the many possibilities is chosen.
Right.
And then we get to the real tricky part, is the chosen form able to become perfect? Is it able to become a synthesis, like the hexagon, which is the number 6? So the divinity are 6. They are perfections. They are things that have already been perfect and are trying to repeat themselves over and over again. So the Christian God is a hexagon that wants every shape in the world to be hexagons and wants a reality in which everything is a hexagon. And then that hexagon-based reality will play out and make that hexagon God.
Great.
Right? That is.
I knew there was a reason why I inherently felt that it was an oppressive force that must be opposed, but this is giving me a perfect justification for that.
Yes. Yeah, basically. It's also why the divine are not inherently good, right? It's one thing that I will continue to hammer away, even though I am shamelessly on their side, right? Like, if we're being honest, I am not I'm on the hexagon's team. But I acknowledge, as far as the whole of reality goes, it's good there are other teams. Because there are more interesting forms than the hexagon, right? What about triangles that all point outwards and have way more sides than 6? But it's still 6 triangles. That's why I love, and when I talk about magic and other magicians and why I am so syncretic and open to other views, is that's the beauty of the world and of being a magician, is that we change what is.
So to me, this is living in the hexagon God's world, right? To me is going to work in corporate office space with fluorescent lighting and Folgers coffee and a water cooler with the triangular cups, the fucking conical cups that you can only hold like this and you can't set down, right?
Yep.
And it's fucking hell, right? So, I mean, this is making me glad. This makes me more just want to worship the morning star more and more.
I think it should make you love being human, right? That is at the outset of the book what I say. So
anyway, I want to say this person interjected to my thing about Catholicism. So it's actually magical if you pray it in a rosary as a chant. So the thing is, Mary is different than Jesus and a God, quote unquote, and all of this. Mary is her own authority. You can petition Mary. Mary will actually answer, right? So, praying to God a lot of times is useless, right? It's just a waste of time because God doesn't give a shit. And he's got his own plan, his own schedule, his own agenda, right? And God doesn't really care, right? But Mary does, and Mary will answer your prayers. Pray to Mary. And Mary is way more worth your time and investment and energy praying to Mary than Jesus or God or any of that stupid bullshit. Pray to Mary. She will actually come through. She'll actually produce tangible results. Okay. The others, fuck them. Like they could, like Jesus will help you if you're desperate and if you're up against like the wrong guys. Like Jesus is actually pretty good. You know, he's never turned me down, but like when I really needed him, like when I was desperate, but it's like Jesus kind of wants you to be desperate. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's like
Yeah.
also just too
Yeah.
nice.
I know what you mean by that.
but like Mary, I don't know. Yeah.
Mary
So
is an Italian mother. She very much has that energy of like,
Well,
you can't do it.
to me, Mary and the kind of Mother Earth, like the Earth goddess, are the same
Sure, that, like, ancient
entity,
symbol.
more or less.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of historical argument to make there. I also think, like, to go back to like, why does the Catholic Church have so many miracles, or like, why is it so powerful? Is that the saints? That is. So not only did they take extant miracles and incorporate them into their magic system, like Saint Brigid or probably some other Irish saint I'm not thinking of. But they also allow for the manifestation of miracles over time within the religion to be incorporated into the magic system. So as opposed to like Black Christian healers and faith healers in the United States who are drawing on these more Protestant forms of magic, where they're committing to the ascent, but they're not necessarily generating new miracles, right? The why in that basically being they're not allowed to break the rules, but Catholics are allowed to break the rules as long as what you break the rules is then attributed to that original authority. So as long as it's God giving the saint the power to do the thing, it still counts as a widening of the way. So Catholicism embracing saints and sainthood, that's kind of why. Also, as an aside, I am going to go get Taco Bell after this now because that looks really good.
Yeah. I know. Hope is eating Taco Bell right now.
I'm sorry. I have to. I'm like, my blood sugar is getting so low.
No, dude, you're good. You're good.
I'm gonna have to as well now that she's doing it. Someone else says, "Is Mary Venus?"
No.
No, not really. But they're
even then.
Yeah, you could draw some loose affinity, but no, not really. I think she's more similar to Mother Earth, as I said before, right? So yeah.
So an age begins to end. The true great work, right? The capital G, capital W great work is establishing an answer to the question at the core of an age. So our reality is one of many realities in the fifth dimension. We are not the only one. So when we go back to this idea of these circles, right? This takes place over and over and over and again for everything that exists. For the idea of a tree, there is a tree and the not tree, and then there's the in-between tree, and then there's this kind of tree and that kind of tree and that kind of tree and another kind of tree, and then not trees. And then there is the perfect tree, the ideal tree. And then there is trees as a great broad concept that reinforces and goes back to this initial idea of tree and redefines it. This cycle informs itself. So when any one of the fifth dimension realities comes up with an answer, it will then begin a new question. And so we go from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9, and then we go back from 10 which is just 1 and 0, right? It's the completion and then the all there. And so we go right back to the beginning of 1, 2, 3, 4. It just over and over and over again. That is reality. It is repeating that cycle over and over and over and over and over again. And at different points in that cycle, it's possible to change it. This, the 5th and the 2nd, is where that possibility comes in. Because we eliminate, we destroy all of the other possibilities so that one possibility is true and becomes the truth. And all of its iterations, all of the ways that this choice could play out, will play out and create the divinity that is the hexagon. That is how an age, the end of an age, informs the next age. The answers that we come up with create the new questions. So here's our reality, best I understand. The first age is what I would call the primordial age. I'm going to be totally honest with you. I couldn't honestly, meaningfully imagine it. We're in true, unverified personal gnosis territory here, so you're just going to have to take this on my authority. All of the spirits I've talked to, the mightiest of them, barely can explain to me what this was. I don't know. But it leads to the Age of the Old, where I do start to have a kind of an understanding of it, in which the distinction between being and the form almost doesn't exist, or doesn't exist in the way that we think of it. That's the best way that they've explained it to me. Then we get to the Third Age, which is now I kind of can conceptualize it. In the Age of the Gods, magic is abundant in a change. That's a better way to say it. Change is abundant in a way that to a modern person would feel like insanity. It would be madness beyond reckoning. Logic was not coherent. Causality did not go from A to B to C, but from A to B subprime, B delta, like all of the many, many B's and all of the many, many B's. It wiggity. How do we get to the Age of Kings, where now I can kind of actually comprehend maybe what the prior age was like? And this is where we start to get to maybe like, we're talking about Atlantis, or like there are people who are able to defy reality, but most people are subject to it. And then we get to our age, which is the Age of Humanity. And this is what we would understand as reality, as logic, as everything we experience, right? Hooray. So in our age...
Actually, Cooper, could you go back to the previous slide?
Yeah.
So for any kind of followers of people like Steiner or Blavatsky, the kind of analogs you might draw here. So when he talks about the primordial age, in Steiner's cosmology, that would be approximated to the age of old Saturn, right? And then the second age would be the age of the sun. And the third age, the age of gods, that's the age of the moon. And then fourth age is the age of the earth. And then the fifth age is an age that we are currently in, that it's like a transformation from the earth to a new sphere. And that in the fifth age, the earth is actually going to no longer really be the earth. It's going to take on, there's going to be a kind of split, right? So yeah. So
going to Mercury?
The
sphere of Mercury?
I think in Steiner's order, what comes next is Venus? Or no, Jupiter. It's Jupiter. No, it may be maybe Venus. I can't remember. I have to look it up. He has got it all. because there's a whole planet that doesn't even really exist called Vulcan. In
Mhm.
his scheme, I can't remember where it comes up, but basically, if you're looking at the past, that's where it lines up, and these are approximately similar to Blavatsky's root races, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Blavatsky says we're in the 5th root race now, which is
Yeah,
where
Aryan.
humanity is going to blend together and all of this.
Yeah, hyped up.
So
on
someone
coffee.
says
Yeah.
the age of old is the age of Saturn. So no, the primordial age is the age of Saturn. So in Steiner's cosmology, everything begins with Saturn, and that's the first age. And then the first separation going from the first age to the second age is the separation of the sun from Saturn. And that gives us the age of the old, right? And then what gives us the age of the gods is when the moon emerges, right? And the funny thing is that the moon actually comes before the earth in this Steiner cosmology, even though we think of in physical world as the moon being a protrusion of the earth matter, right? The prevailing theory is that some asteroid has hit the earth and then it's caused this protrusion of earth matter. In the Steiner cosmology, the moon actually comes before the earth, right? And so it's the separation of the moon from the sun that creates the third age, the age of gods. And then the fourth age, the age of kings, is the separation of the moon and the earth into one being. So basically, in the third age, the age of gods, the moon and the earth were one energetically, and then they've separated into the fourth age. And now this final age is when the earth itself is going to split, and it's going to split into two, right? And so just as we saw the separation from the first age of Saturn separates into the Saturn and the sun, and then the sun separates into the sun and the moon, and then the moon separates into the sun and the earth. The earth is soon going to separate, and it's going to give birth to a new spiritual reality. So I think that'll set you up for your next slide, Cooper.
Yeah, well,
If my
and
intuition
the
is
way that you
right.
could talk about it, like in terms of astrological logic, right? So we go from Saturn, which is nothingness, into the second age, which is the sun, which is being and nothingness. And then you have the moon, which is change between the states of nothingness and being. And then you have the earth, which is this sort of square, the static interstitial between being, unbeing, becoming, and which of those states you are at any given time. And then you have the fifth age, which is the deciding of all of the many possible things you could be, which of them are you going to be? And then leads into the sixth, right? So that question of the earth is going to split apart, or Blavatsky talks about the Aryan race. To become the next race, it needs to attain this like true logic, like our emotions can no longer be our driving force. It's this understanding that we're all actually connected, and we need to unify in that way, right? There's different solutions to the age of humanity, but they all come back to that question of there's many of us, and we all get to decide. But that creates a whole bunch of problems because we all get to decide. So who actually gets to decide, and how do those decisions take place? Within our own age, though, to go back to this, each of these ages is an entirely separate logic. If you want to watch the anime Fire Force, it's fun, lovely, cute. But the most recent season is really emphasizing this idea of, and the show's really fun. But basically, there is this etheric plane that is above material reality. And in that plane, our ideas, our beliefs, the collective unconscious exists and shapes material reality. That's the etheric plane, right? So in the anime, what happens is we learn that our world, the real world, the world that we all live in, was destroyed by a group of magicians who leaned into that etheric plane and altered it. And in their alteration, they created the new world, which is the world of Fire Force. And that world ends by the end of the storyline and creates a new world which operates under its own logic, which then becomes the world of Soul Eater. So weirdly, anime, as it always is on top of this shit. But you should absolutely be checking it out. And if you're not, the relevant bit here, and the bit that I would encourage you to think about, is that each age is incomprehensible to the prior age. They don't look like realities. It would be even the Age of Kings to someone in the Age of Humanity is incomprehensible. I have only ever talked to spirits about it. I've never, and that is what the next slide is like. I don't know it. I couldn't even, I barely can comprehend what the Age of Kings would have been like, let alone the primordial age. And the truth is, if I'm being super vulnerable, I don't even think that this was the first age. I suspect there were ages before it. It's just as far back as I and any spirit with whom I can communicate can comprehend the idea of existence.
And it's funny you mentioned that caveat, because that's a similar caveat that Steiner gives whenever he goes into something where he's consulting the Akashic record. He always gives this caveat where he's like, all right, this is as far back as I can see, and there could be something else further beyond this, but I can't make it out. And so, yeah.
I need to read Rudolf Steiner.
I have all of his books on the shelf.
I can't wait to get into it. Yeah.
About. He got a little
Steiner
weird.
knew shit. He was, his whole system.
At the end, but...
Well, so
as they all do.
So the thing is that his organization was infiltrated. Okay.
Yeah.
The organization was infiltrated, and Steiner was poisoned. Okay, so this is a conspiracy theory episode. This is an occult chat that we're going to do, because there is a conspiracy theory that Steiner was poisoned, right? And I'm going to present the evidence for it eventually, right? We're going to get into this. And
we should probably do an episode
basically,
on Steiner
spoiler alert, the Nazis killed Steiner, basically.
Not a surprise.
Right? That's not
not a surprise at all.
Like,
actually.
The Nazis
is actually
Steiner.
as in line as anything could be.
As soon as you said it, I was like, oh, of course.
Yeah.
You're like, the CIA overthrew a democratically elected socialist government in Central America. Like, what? That's unbelievable.
Yeah. Honest, I mean, maybe we should do an episode on Steiner a little bit more.
I would love to do an episode specifically on the death of Steiner and the conspiracy theories surrounding it, because there's a lot of conflicting witness testimony, and it could be an excellent opportunity to do an occult chat court episode where one of us takes the prosecution and the other one is the defense, and we try and do this was Steiner murdered or was he not? Who killed Steiner? It could be a fun episode.
Dan Lowe for this. We need to get Dan Lowe in on it.
Okay, yeah, Dan, I'll message him.
Yeah, because I was going to say, we both are mutuals with him. I think he would be an amazing... He's also just a good guy. But he'd be great for that. Because he's also super hard to write, way more than even Alex is. All right. Sorry, yeah. I understand that Reich and Steiner are different, but they're really not. Same school of thought. So, our age, the history of our age.
A Cooper way to end the sentence. I just gotta say.
Yeah, I'm just gonna move on because we will go down.
Keep going through it. Yeah, keep plowing through.
So this bit, I don't put a super clear timeline on this because I don't. When I'm talking about our age, I'm saying the age of humanity. So even though the second age echoes within our age, it is not the second age. The true age of the old ended. But to get to the age of humanity, the other ages need to repeat. That's why I emphasize it is an iterative universe, right? The first process is repeated because the second process is based on the first process, which is based on it goes further and further, right? So we have to repeat the prior ages in each age. So when we talk about the age of the old, I would talk about the revelation of the divine as the end of the age of the old, and where we begin the age of the gods. So this revelation of the divine is literally prophets coming into existence, of human beings who speak for the gods. And by speaking for the gods and advising on behalf of the gods, they manifest the age of gods, right? So magicians of that age are all, in one aspect or another, manifesting the gods. They are speaking for the gods. They're speaking for the divine. They're informing people how to perfect the world. And then we get to the resurrection of Christ, which brings us to the age of kings, in which certain people are elevated to the status of decision maker, right? So instead of the gods coming down to decide for us, we get to decide, but those among us who get to choose are chosen by the gods. And then we get to the splitting of the atom, which brings us to the fifth age, which is the age of humanity, in which all of us get to decide. And I want to emphasize that these moments are not switches that get flicked, right? It isn't as if Christ's resurrection was the moment magic changed, but rather Christ's resurrection was a manifestation of changes that were ongoing for a long time. The splitting of the atom is a manifestation of changes that were going on for a long time. The changing of an age takes centuries, not days or weeks or even years, right? It is a very long process.
Yeah.
We are at the early stages, I would argue, of the age of
okay.
We're like,
that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see your ages lined up, because like the ages Steiner has are basically staggered one back from this. So like for him, the fourth age begins so the fifth age begins around the middle of the like in the Renaissance, basically, right? And so it's like,
I would talk about the age is starting to change right about then. Like enlightenment, the project of enlightenment would be where I would point to.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Which I would argue ends with the splitting of the atom, right? Is a complete.
So because if reality is this waveform, right? You can choose to chop it along the peaks or the nadirs, right? You can choose to segment it across the zeniths or the nadirs if it's this waveform that goes like this. And so you're just chopping it at the zeniths rather than the nadirs.
Yeah, exactly. So let's go back to our original question, right? The elements we proposed, what we showed, what we presented, the bits from the Talmud. What happened? What is the resurrection of Christ? What's taking place? Well, obviously I have an answer, but I'm curious what folks who are still hanging out with us think. And obviously you too.
I mean, I can tell you what Steiner says about the mystery of Golgotha, right? So Steiner says that the mystery of Golgotha, so Jesus Christ was an ordinary human being for the first 30-some years of his life, right? And then there was this event where basically the avatar of Jesus Christ, the Son God, completely possessed the physical being we know as Jesus Christ, right? And from that point on, he was at once this human being and also an embodiment of this divine force.
Oh, like solo leveling.
And so then the mystery of Golgotha is when Jesus Christ is crucified. So it happens on the Mount of Golgotha. And it happens under a lunar eclipse. And so when Jesus Christ is crucified, in Steiner's worldview, what happens is that Jesus Christ is then born into the ether body of the earth, right? And so the physical death of Jesus Christ represents the birth of Jesus Christ in the ether realm of the earth, which is like the you can think of it as the spirit of the earth. And so Jesus's death basically enables all human beings to access the Christ consciousness, to access Christ, right? And his resurrection afterwards is the proof of this, right? This is this is what Steiner says about the mystery of Golgotha, is that what it represents because so everything works on the inverse spiritually. So if you are we are incarnated through a birth, right? But a divine being, in order to incarnate in our realm, has to die, right? And so, like ordinary people, in order to get here, we have to be born. But if a God wants to come to our realm, he has to die, right? And so what Jesus did was he descended into the form of Jesus the man, right? And then he sacrificed himself so that his spirit could permeate the ether realm of the earth. And it is basically the sun god coming down to the earth to sacrifice himself so that the collective humanity can access his energy. And this is how Steiner would describe the mystery of Golgotha. Yeah.
I wouldn't disagree in most major points. I might use some different words, but the sentiment is the same. Which is the end of the age of the gods and the beginning of the age of kings. So what we have, it's super fascinating, but I would make the argument that you have someone who has the right of kings, right? He is descended from David through his matrilineal line, but is a fallen order of kings, right? So the fallen authority of David. So he has the right from the age of kings and is claimed to be the child of God, which then also gives him rights from the age of gods. So any magician who has rights to magic from multiple ages, probably going to bring about the end of an age. Almost always. So we've got Christ, who's using magics from two different ages, and then he's using magics from two different magic systems, right? So he's taking the Greco-Roman mystery tradition, and he's taking the authority-based Jewish magical traditions, and he's merging the two of them and centering them on himself as the beginning of a new mystery. If I were trying to bring about an age and the end of an age, that is exactly how the fuck I would go about doing it. So what's particularly important to me in understanding this, and as we look at this, is we've got the polytheistic Greeks are falling away from their mysteries and they're falling away from their authorities, and they are doing so because illumination is continuing to creep in, right? So the collective consciousness of the Greek culture, in big, huge quotation marks around Greek, right? We're talking about like Turkey, Cyprus, the Aegean, I guess, broadly. Then we've got Jewish magical authorities faltering from the time of Alexander, which is right when any question of the return of the kingdoms of Israel or a Levant central power is just gone, right? When Macedonia wipes all of that out. And that continues to decline until Rome takes over, right? Which is what happens around the time of Christ's crucifixion. We also see that there are no issues outside the Eastern Mediterranean. So this does seem to be related specifically to the magic systems of this area. Also know that Rome occupies the Levant in this time. So we go back to our theory to try and understand this. What is happening? How can we understand this? Well, we know that this is more or less aligning with the end of the Age of Gods, the age and the rise of the Age of Kings. Great. Fall of local authority and mystery-based magics. So if we go back to our little trifecta, illumination is super strong. So what is going to happen? Well, a new authority is going to emerge, right? And what is that new authority? Well, the Romans are trying to center state authority, right? They are trying to force Jews to practice their state religion. They are putting statues of Jupiter in Rome. They're even arguably, particularly at this point, screwing with their own magic systems. We're really trying to make Rome the polity the center of their magical religion. So all of that creates some really interesting circumstances for a magician to take advantage of. Because Christ is very specific in his magics, right? Among the apostles, right? They are pointedly critical of Rome, particularly early Christians following after Christ are very pointed at Rome. They are directly trying to subvert state authority. They are also rejecting the earlier Jewish authorities and are centering instead this mystery of Christ's resurrection, which is very interesting. So why does that affect the magics of these people? Lots of reasons. One element that I think is particularly interesting about, well, where does the Christian mystery spread, right? Why is it that Paul's writing to the Corinthians? Why is it the Greeks, before anyone else,
It
jumps
spreads
on
all
this,
over the
right?
third world is where it spreads.
Well, kind of, but not really. Like the Greek educated
Well,
people are
Europe's
so
first.
into it.
Europe first.
Yes, no, you're right. You're 100% right. Locally, it's the broke bitches, but the Greeks who buy into it are all educated, and I would argue it's because the mystery traditions of their culture have fallen, but they are educated by people like Plato and Aristotle who were practitioners of a mystery magic, and Christ brings mystery magic back. He uses the Jewish authority to recreate a new mystery in the styling of the Greek mysteries. It's why when you try to make like a Dionysus or a Zoroaster direct, or Mithras even, as like a direct comparison to Christ, I think historians are missing that he is a syncretic magician. He is a man who exists at a time when the three great magic systems of certainly the Mediterranean are clashing. We've got the Romans, the Jews, and the Babylonians, and they're smashing into each other. And you've got this guy who has a rightful claim to all three traditions, right? He's an educated man. He's educated in Greek. He understands at least the basic logics of Greek. He is also a direct descendant of David through his matrilineal line, so he has the authority there. And he is very clearly familiar with the magics of Babylon, arguably through astrology, right? That's where the magi come in. So you've got the three great magic systems, and you've got someone who takes them, mixes them together, makes himself the center of that, and creates what has been this arguably the central magic mystery for the last 2,000 years, which is Christ spreads the flame. The phoenix spreads the flame. Humans, everybody has the potential to become a king, which also means that kings are no longer special. He dilutes the potential of all. That's where I sometimes am spicy about Jesus. Where like, yeah, you gave it to everybody, but now everybody has it. So it's much weaker in terms of any one person's potential. But
right, but
everybody has
the thing is that this is kind of necessary for like the battle that's coming, right? Because there's like these evil forces that are seeking to invade, and like it's our only hope is to try and embody this essentially, right?
Again, I write about it in the book, right? The three great sorcerers, their story is that if the world were to stay as it was, it would end and there would be no continuation. It had to change. The Fourth Age, as the true end of the Fourth Age, was not Jesus's death and resurrection. In the Fifth Age, in our time, the echo of the Fourth Age is Christ's death and resurrection, is the spreading of the flame, is the setup for the age of humanity in which all of us have the ability to decide. Every soul has authority. That setup has to take place. And so one thing that I would talk about, if we go back to fun, fancy timeline here, is these, up until the Fifth Age, there wasn't a whole lot of deciding going on. It was a question of how the answers of the prior ages might show up, but not if. These are inevitabilities. Whether it would have been Christ or someone else or something else, it would have happened. It happened the way it happened. So, funny enough, the miracle of immolation is, in fact, A Miracle of the Kingdom. Good read. You're paying attention. I like that. We'll get there, but that's not super relevant right now. So, what is the age of humanity, right? What are we in? What's going on? How does this work? So, ages echo, right? Again, this is the true question of the age of humanity. And this is what all of those prior iterations, what all of history has led to. Consciousness will pursue this question no matter what, whether it's human consciousness or not. I make the argument that the first two ages took place and resolved before human beings even came into existence. It's somewhere in the second age that human beings evolve. So like Neanderthals, and we can see pre-human hominids practiced magic. They practiced religion. They had these ideas. So we are not even the first to inherit this great work. We may not be the ones to finish it. But the question of our age is what happens when when everything contains the one, when each person is complete. As Crowley puts it, when every man and every woman is a star. When each individual can be complete, what the fuck happens? That's an insane question. That is our whole reason, right?
It is an insane question. But just to back up what you were saying a few moments ago about the differentiation of the human being, Steiner actually backs you up on this point, and that it is not until we get to the third age, the age of the moon, that the human being actually takes on a form where it has its own kind of consciousness or I or any kind of like connection to a will. Before the third age, humanity can be likened to this passive type of entity, like a vegetable, like a plant, right? It's like an algae or something like that. Doesn't have any kind of spark of an individual until you get to the third age, the age of the moon. In Cooper's, or the age of gods in Cooper's cosmology, the age of the moon in Steiner's cosmology. But similarly, it is the third age in the order. So yeah, it's cool to see these line up like that.
And so to kind of continue on that thought, it's our paradox, that question we're trying to resolve, is if no single authority can determine the end of the world, what will many choose? And so if you've been following me for a while, you know I have a complicated relationship with democracy. And that complicated relationship with democracy echoes itself across my whole magical and philosophical worldview, which is, do I think everybody should get a choice? Yes. Do I think the plurality will choose well? No. And so I struggle to try and balance that of, I don't think everybody should get to choose because I think they'll choose wrong. I also think everybody should get to choose because it's not right if someone gets to choose for them. And that paradox is not just my paradox, it is our shared paradox, and it is the question of the age of humanity. What does it mean that individually we are these pathetic, worthless fucking monkeys? We can't really fight, we can't really survive, we don't generate our own energy. Individually, humans suck. But you put us in a group and we dominate existence. That is interesting. That is unique. That is us. And we, by our very existence, by what we are, manifest this question of what happens when the all contains the one, when each element of the system is agentic. Can the system even run? Maybe. I think it can. I think I am a good magician, right? So I believe that we will answer the question of this universe as something good will come from the all containing the one.
I mean,
maybe I will be wrong, but that's what I would like to believe.
The thing I will say is that, this idea of the paradox of like, everyone gets to deserve to choose, but most people are going to choose wrong. My work being a public defender, I feel like I've encountered this paradox myself, and really what it is that yes, everyone does get to choose, and it does make it a little bit more expensive for everybody, right? Because it's their constitutional right to go to trial. It doesn't matter that you murdered your girlfriend on video and then confessed to it. If you want to go to trial, you've got that right, and you can force everyone to sit there through it, right? And so you can hold things up, right? And so, there is a cost to this, letting everyone have their say, all right? There's an efficiency cost, right, to the system, right? It costs system resources in order to indulge the imbecilic morality of these, right, yeah. Yeah,
allowing people to choose is not always a good choice. So, where else do we see this idea of iterative cosmologies? So, this fun little graphic on the side here, this is not an esoteric occult graphic, but it is in fact drawing from a physics paper in which the iterative cosmos is described, right? So there's two different versions of this, one where geometry stays the same between the aeons, and then one where it changes. I tend to actually think it's probably the change one, but they used the word aeon on the one where it doesn't change, so that's why I cut the image the way I did. But there are a lot of magical systems that point to this idea as well. So the Mayan calendar famously, or infamously, I guess, depending on how you want to think about it, talks a lot about the different ages of humanity. So in their system, the gods come in the first age, and then the gods try to make humans 4 times. And the 4th time they're successful. The twin monkey gods craft humans, the current humans, out of bananas. Or corn, I'm sorry. So the idea there being each iteration of humanity the gods made, they watched humanity play out, they were disappointed by us, destroyed us, and made a new version that was better based on the prior version. There are other Mesoamerican cosmologies that are similar, but the Mayan one is the one that we have the best outlined. As Alex mentioned, Blavatsky talks about her root races, which go... do I remember them? No. The Hyperborean, that's a thing. And then it goes the Hermaphrodites, and then the Atlanteans, and then the Aryans. But there's definitely one before that, and I don't remember which. But she's got 5 of them, and that's fun. Platonism, broad strokes, holds the idea that the world is itself a repetition of those perfect forms, expressing over and over again. Archaic Greeks, even like before the Platonists are talking, saw themselves as the fallen civilization of a greater heroic age, right? Where like humans were literally better, like physically larger and stronger, and they were the fallen, declined form of that. So this iterative cosmology isn't always things get better. I believe that things get better. Other versions might hold that things get worse, but regardless, this idea that the universe repeats and that each repetition learns from the prior one is pretty consistent. Indian cosmology is obviously very centered on this. If you're not familiar with what this image is, this is the cosmic background radiation in the universe. And that bottom little bit circled is a funny little pocket of a shockingly cold or lacking of energy aspect of the universe, which really just underscores that the universe is not uniform. There's increasing evidence that the universe is actually lopsided, that like one side is much bigger than the other side. This is also
there's a cold spot too.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
so
there's like
this is a cold
void in the microwave background. Yeah.
Yeah. So the point being, it's not uniform. And that's true of the ages as well, right? So when we go back to like, well, why would the coming of the age of humanity disrupt these magic systems where the magician is using those systems but not affect other magic systems? Well, one, potentially that aspect of the flow was already in the age of humanity. I actually, that's the argument that I would make. Particularly when we're talking about like China, big broad strokes, China, whatever. I know that's a very complicated historical amalgamation, but um, yeah, they had the fun of not having the Dark Ages. I think that helped a lot in terms of their consciousness working out. We did what we did over here. The point being, whatever all of the other ages are, wherever a particular culture or consciousness is at in that, every single consciousness that exists will pursue the question of the age of humanity. That is, as far as I understand it, and I'm open to the idea that I'm wrong, right? I don't think I am, but I'm open to the idea. It is possible that we will carry out an iteration of a prior age, and that actually there's a sixth age, and that is the real question. Every single spirit I have ever communed with has painfully underscored that no, we have to resolve this question yet. So as opposed to Jesus or Crowley or any of these other magicians who were what I would talk about as fulfilling the flow, we are at a fun position where there is no determined path. We have to decide now. We might fuck it up. We might fail as a reality. That is also
yes. Yes, and this is where Steiner talks about the fifth age being the crucial point, because up until the fifth age, there was a continuous flow that you could see. There's a continuous thing. And then after the fifth age, there is a split in the timelines, and then there is two manifestations for humanity going forward after that. Right. And you can see this. And so he says that this is what's going to happen, and then I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted. Hang on, I'm trying to remember what I was going to say. So Steiner says there's two paths forward for humanity. Yeah, the fifth age is the split, and this split occurs because of, like, basically there's this energetic thing that takes place where it can know there's these forces that have been unreckoned with, right? These forces that are left over from all these prior ages, right? And it's like this buildup of sludge or something. It's like this backlog of shit that you haven't dealt with. And so, like, the forces that are currently invading the earth and causing all of these world wars and all of this, the same forces that caused World War I and World War II, and the mass deaths that are happening now, according to Steiner, these are excess spirits left over from old Saturn and old Moon,
Really?
invading the current realm of the earth. Right. And so
I would
it
talk
is
about
the
them as
unfinished
transcendent.
business of the prior ages invading this age that is causing all of the crisis and all of the mass death and all of the energetic loss. And that this point represents a crossroads. So we have to reckon with these forces, and we will either succumb to them, or we will learn to rise above and subjugate them, right? And the succumbing path represents one path of humanity, and the overcoming path represents another. And this is where the earth splits, right? And there is no longer just one iteration of humanity, right? And so this is what Steiner says.
Yeah, I wouldn't totally disagree. One of the bits that kind of more where I was going with this is that it might not be humans that answer the question of the age. That is a terrifying notion to me. Increasingly, I am convinced that we might not answer our own question. I hope that doesn't happen, but it might. So, illuminating the atom, ending the age of kings. So, more or less, my argument is that when we start to get to roughly the early 1800s, when humanity starts to illuminate the mystery of material being, there's like our physical bodies. What are we? It was one thing, kind of in Steiner's context, to imagine the atom. It is another to actually know what the atom is. And so at the moment that we come to actually observe the atom, reality begins to change. Beingness is no longer a mystery. Now it is something illuminated. We know what you are. You are atoms resonating in a particular sequence in a certain energetic state that will break apart.
Well,
Mystery of being no longer exists.
what's interesting about that is Democritus, who was I think the initial Hellenistic age philosopher who didn't see the atom but conceived of the atom.
Exactly.
Eventually had a someone who took over his school of thought. I think his name was Epicurus.
Mm-hmm.
And Epicurus basically started his own school of epistemology, which introduced a new way of thinking, a new way of conceiving information, and a new way of understanding
Yes.
knowledge.
Yes.
So it's that train actually. That's interesting. That connection was actually there.
And the thing that Hope is talking about is what I was referencing earlier in the show. And this is the real schizo pill with Steiner, is that Steiner literally says that until Democritus and Epicurus formulated the idea of the atom, that the atom did not exist in reality, right? He's saying that it is their noticing of it that actually made it real, right? And before they noticed it, it wasn't real. And so the limitations that are imposed by the atom were not present before the atom was conceived of. And if you're familiar with, shamanic practice, this will make sense, because it's like collapsing timelines or collapsing possibilities. It's this idea of, Kierkegaard expresses it in the axiom, to label me is to negate me, right? This principle, right? And so this is kind of what we're talking about. And so that's one of the trippiest things that I've ever read in Steiner, is that he states emphatically and literally that the atom didn't exist in reality until people could conceive of the atom. Yes. And it is actually, it's actually the increase in the level of complexity of consciousness that enabled people to conceive of the atom that is the exact force that creates the atom. And so the consciousness necessary to conceive of the atom is a necessary prerequisite for the atom to exist.
This is why he thinks that I remember talking with him about Mars, and I forgot what the argument. We will have intellectual debates at least once a day. We were talking about Mars, and he was like, well, what if Mars never existed until the rover landed on Mars? And it's kind of the way you see things, right? Just thought that was a funny little anecdote. Yeah, that's true. We have no way of knowing, really.
So that's why, like, yeah, keep going.
I was just gonna say the interesting thing about Democritus was that he is a famous drunkard who would just be blasted giving TED Talks
I would have
All
done
around
so
time.
well in classical Greece. Like, I just think about it constantly, and I'm like, I would have. That was when I was supposed to be. Like, I would have been so great. I would have been
you would
killed
have been
for
great.
sure,
Both of you
for damn
guys.
sure.
Oh,
But
for sure. Alex would have gotten away with it somehow.
Alex
But
would have
you
been
probably
probably one
I
of the
would
people
have
who
been
rallied the
like
people
the
to kill me.
son of some like lord and like lived this debauched lifestyle. Yeah.
I think all the time about like medieval
that was the
Cooper,
Oracle for sure.
who, like, unfortunately, according to all the psychics I've ever talked to, this is indeed my first life. But if there was indeed a prior Cooper, I like to imagine that he was the son, like the second son, not the first son, I don't want all that pressure, of some local noble lord, and I just got to have my little squires, and we just gangbanged. And my brother had to have the children, and everybody was thrilled that I didn't have any. And I didn't have to join the priesthood because I'm the second, so I'm the spare. You know what I mean? That's my ideal life. I think that is actually when I would be happiest. Yeah, like 2 or 3 farm hands and then a squire. And like, yeah. I never have to talk to anyone else. Yeah, that sounds fucking awesome. I would have been a very happy, like, middle royalty nobility son. That's where I belong. That's my heaven. God bless.
It's really funny.
So one of the elements of the Age of Kings that's really important, right, is that the idea of like the bloodlines, right, of being a king makes you special. Your body is special. Your blood is special. Your seed is special. Your children are special. You are born special. And what the atom does, of what that discovery of the atom does, is it destroys that notion. It renders your physical being down to a combination of molecules. So whether you're a king or you're a peasant, you are still an amalgamation of atoms. That illumination destroys the mystery of royalty, destroys the mystery of kings, begins the transition to the age of humanity, which is where we are at. And when I think about it, I think a lot about the quote attributed to Oppenheimer, which is actually from his journals. He didn't say it during any of the testings, but he did write it later. And it is, of course, now I am become death, destroyer of worlds. And it's after they ignite the atomic bomb and realize, so when we go back to destruction is the origin of creation, this, when humans destroy the atom and release the energies of creation and realize, in fact, that matter is the constrained state of energy rather than maybe the inverse of the true state of things, that we are a temporary constrained state that can be destroyed and brought back out into that primordial chaotic energy, which is what atom bombs do. They split an ordered thing into destruction, which is the opposite of how creation is supposed to work, right? Things are supposed to break apart, and from the slicing of the apple, you get 2 halves of the apple. What happens when we sever the atom is we take the 2 halves of the apple and we smash them back into some earlier ancient cosmic form of energy. We go a step further with nuclear fission, which is fun. But the point being, we have now made being itself no longer mysterious. The existence of things is no longer a question. That fundamentally changes all of reality. So when Crowley comes about with
my
his
God,
new
I've been waiting for this part. I'm excited.
Now we get into World War II, and we start to get into the modern age.
All right, finally, the World War II and the Black Magicians. Yes, here we go.
I mean, this has always been the question mark for me throughout all the cult chat, because you've brought it up so many different times about how Crowley, something with the new Aeon, and because it kind of fits into like my own conceptualization of like who I am and where I come from and why I'm here. So I'm pumped for this part.
Yeah.
Right, well, let's see if I can get this. What did I do? Somehow
You
I closed
switched it
out the
off.
presentation. How did I
Well,
do?
okay, you could just click on new scene.
Yeah.
Give me 2 seconds.
The one
friends.
right below where we are, I think.
Yeah, but this is the annoying one that's in thing that doesn't have my animations, which I refuse
Oh
to
no,
suffer
no, no.
through.
Oh, you must.
Oops. I'm so sorry, friends. Alex let me be in control for the first time, and that was a bad idea.
It's okay. Some casual
Screen.
Luciferian pillow talk. Yes, yes. I mean,
What?
That's a lot of occult chat. That's
you know.
not that. I mean, I
Also,
don't.
I will say here that. All right. So yeah. All right, Cooper, go ahead. But if Cooper doesn't get into it, I'll we'll talk about
We'll
the
touch on it.
Luciferian shit.
So the Thelemites, particularly Crowley, again, where I'm gonna go back to Christ. Like, did Christ cause the end of the age? Probably not. Was he the fulcrum by which the necessary changing of ages occurred in our reality? Yes. Similar attribution to Crowley and the workings of the Thelemites. And big, huge emphasis there that, like, Crowley takes a lot of credit for the working that's going on around him and involving him. So big caveat. Like, I think Rose Kelly probably deserves more credit for the new Aeon than Crowley, but he's the one who, like, wrote by Aleister Crowley, so he's the one we know, right? If we talk about what did Christ do, right? So everybody potentially has access to the divine after Christ comes through. Crowley comes through and gives us potential access to the transcendent. So if Christ gives us all the chance to be perfect, Crowley gives us all the chance to reject perfection. And only when you are able to choose perfection and reject perfection can you therefore fulfill the question of the age of humanity, which is to truly choose. So, in his reflections in the Confessions of Aleister Crowley, he identifies about a dozen magi who created magical ways similar to his. The Buddha is one of them. Christ is one of them. He identifies a couple other figures. And so Crowley is very aware of what he's doing. He's aware that he isn't the first person to do it, but I would make the argument, is probably the first magi of our age, of the true fifth age. Crowley is the first. And he sets the tone for a lot of the magic that follows after, if nothing else, by virtue of having been born at the right time. And his quote is, that I pull here, is how superior the eye of Horus to the mouth of Isis. And if you're not familiar, the age of Horus is his new Aeon. It's the Aeon of the child. It's what he believes Aeos is bringing forth. It is what I would call the fifth age. It is, we are freed from the ancient sun god and the ancient moon god. And now we, as children of the gods, as the mortal inhabitants of Eden, are in control of heaven. And we must shape it. And we have this opportunity to change it. And so that's when he's saying the eye of Horus is superior to the mouth of Isis. What he's really saying is the perspective of the participant is greater than the advice of the advisor, of the all-knowing, the wise one of the moon. The moon may know how all things will go, but only the person who stands in the field and faces the question has the true perception to evaluate the question. That is my most generous read of Crowley.
And that likens that conception of the moon elicits Steiner's conception of the moon as the sphere of Lucifer, and how the Luciferic element in the body, which is the I, the consciousness, the thinking part, the intelligence, comes from the moon, and that is the Luciferic element in our body. So according to Steiner, there's like the Luciferic element is the element that gives us thinking and awareness and this I, the sense of individuality. The Ahrimanic element is the electromagnetic element of our nervous system that connects our spiritual body to our physical body. And then the Christ consciousness, the Christ element exists in the heart. right? And it is a bridge between the Luciferic and the Ahrimanic. And so, you know, in Steiner's cosmology, even though Lucifer and Ahriman are typically conceived of as evil spirits, the forces that they embody within the world are not necessarily good and bad, right? They just have a certain quality to them. And that there is actually a lot of good things that come from Lucifer and Ahriman. We just have to be in the right positions as human beings to be able to cultivate the good qualities and keep the bad. It's like we are stewards of a garden, right?
Yeah.
As you were saying here with Crowley, like we are the stewards of Eden. So if we are the stewards of the garden, we have to pull the weeds and we have to fertilize the flowers, right?
Which leads us to the problems of our age, of what's going on, right? So I've kind of laid out what I think, how magic has changed, how the rules have changed, what the structure is. And so we get to our modern age. And this is hopefully where we'll get to be a little more discursive. But these are some like problems that other occultists, particularly, I would say like the last 50, 60 years have focused on. But these are older ideas. They're not totally new, but definitely of the last 2 centuries.
Before we dive into this, do we want to talk a little bit more about the World War II and the Black Magicians here? Because I feel like
Yeah, because
they
I do
have a
think I'm
role in
skipping over it a
creating
little
some of
bit
these
because I
problems,
assume
right?
most people know about it.
I don't.
But that's a really
I
good
don't.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's, I mean, Bell Laboratories and the invention of the transistor and Jack Parsons and his workings. There's all of these things where magic and science were converging around World War II. And there's this conspiracy theory that the invention of the transistor was the result of Black magicians undergoing a working to contact other entities from other realms and receive information, and that the transistor is actually an invention, a transdimensional transmission of information to humanity, and that the transistor is this abnormal artifact in humanity. And when you look at the transistor, there's lots of people that have said that it's so perfect that when you look at the previous iterations that the people at Bell Laboratories had, and then compare it to the transistor that actually worked, the overhaul is so impressive that people are like, really? How did you come up with this change through this iterative process that you were undergoing, right? Someone says, what is a transistor? So it's a form of circuit that exists in electronics. And it's basically a voltage controlled circuit. Right. And the transistor is central to basically all of modern technology, right? Computers could not exist without it. And the idea
It
is,
lets you do. Yeah, sorry.
go ahead. Go ahead.
It lets you
Explain.
basically have a third option instead of just on and off. Like things can be partially on or more complicated than that. But that is huge. It opens up computing in a way that like straight binary doesn't allow for. Is the gist, is my understanding, but I'm happy to be wrong and corrected.
Hyped up on coffee. Yeah, you're on the right train. Yeah, this is kind of what we're talking about.
Yes. We will get to it. It's in there. It's on the slides.
Yeah.
But yes, the transistor bit is one element of it, and there's a lot more. We'll talk a little bit with the UFOs, but like if you don't know, Jack Parsons invented rocketry, and he was a Thelemite, and he explicitly used his magic to come up with it. So like the weapons of World War II are directly tied to Aleister Crowley. Like the fact that the nuclear bomb exists can be directly tied to Aleister Crowley. That's insane. What's crazier is if you read the Book of Law and you read what Crowley's talking, he is describing quantum physics. He is talking about these ideas that don't really exist at his time. They're starting to come about. I don't want to pretend like he's totally drawing on nothing, but kinda. And more or less outlines what has now become accepted modern physics way beforehand. Like the Big Bang, like black holes containing universes, all of that bit that's in there. Like Parsons himself says, I did magic rituals to come up with rockets. That's how I did magic.
And if anyone is skeptical of the intersection of these 19th century spiritualists and 20th century physics, you need to look no further than Albert Einstein, Albert Einstein's niece reported that Einstein always kept a copy of Blavatsky's The Secret Doctrine on his desk, right? And this is something that so Einstein, the guy that came up with the theory of relativity, is a devotee of Blavatsky, which Crowley comes out of the same milieu as Blavatsky, right? And so all these ideas of relativity, of quantum physics, of nuclear physics, of this new age of magic, and this new spiritualism, all of the ideas are being drawn from the same central well, which is this Blavatsky Steiner kind of thing at the end of the 19th century, kind of bringing this forward, right? And Blavatsky and Steiner always said that they had lineages and things that they couldn't properly disclose, and they were bringing these forward. They claimed to be part of secret societies that they couldn't necessarily disclose the nature of, but they were bringing forward what they had been authorized to bring forward, right? So the death of ghosts. This is
this is one of my favorite bits that has come about, and it's this guy, Dr. Paul Lee, and I've heard other people argue it, but he seems to be the guy who's put his stamp on this. And he's a UK, I believe it's like radiologist or something. His PhD is some kind of material science. But he's big into the occult, and he talks about ghosts across the UK are becoming less potent. They're disappearing. Like Borley Rectory is one that's pointed to, which for centuries has these pronounced, consistent hauntings, these ghosts that show up and do the same thing over and over again. And over the last 30, 40 years, reports of these kinds of ghosts and these hauntings are disappearing. Dr. Lee interestingly argues in the essay that I've got linked here, he blames ghost hunters for destroying the mystery behind the ghosts. That's me putting my own terminology on there. He's using other words. But basically he's saying that these ghost hunters are going and chasing the ghosts, and they're burning out the psychic underlying energy that maintains these ghosts. And so despite the fact that more people now believe in ghosts than they did before, the sighting of ghosts has gone down, right? We've almost doubled in the last 30 years the number of people that believe in ghosts or report believing in ghosts, but the number of sightings has also significantly declined. And so he's talking about, well, why does this happen, right? And he argues, as I would also argue, is that paranormal investigators, particularly the ghost bro variety, are killing off the very subjects of their study. I'm curious. I want to open this up to the chat. Other thoughts? I go to the Skinwalker Ranch, like NIDS and all of the massive amount of money that went into building all of the camera systems of observing everything that was going on at Skinwalker Ranch. And what was so compelling to me is that the phenomena is continuing to occur, but it explicitly only occurs in ways that can't be captured, right? You've got all these cameras all watching everything, and somehow the camera gets fucked with in a way that can't be seen, and that's the phenomenon. So it isn't gigantic wolf boy emerging from the woods like people described, but it is these elaborately arranged cameras no longer working, right? The phenomena changes to match existence, but that changing of phenomena also removes it, right? Like, is it possible to have a haunting now like it was 200 years ago? I don't know. With the change of the age, I think there's a strong argument that there's not. I've heard people make the argument that electricity is causing ghosts to be weakened, that it's overcharging the etheric plane, and so they can't manifest. I tend to be of the argument that more so like Wi-Fi and wireless communications is more the issue. That information is what spirits on the elemental plane react to, and so ghosts are just echoes of prior knowledge. And so with so much information flooding everything, there just isn't, elementals are overwhelmed, right? They're paralyzed because there's so much coming from every direction that they just can't take form. Lots of explanations I've heard. Curious what you guys might think about this one. I really love this idea that ghosts are dying out and what that means. Like, what do we?
Yeah, I've never
is it good?
heard
Is
of
it bad? I don't know. What do you guys
Yeah.
think? Or if you've even heard about it.
So, I mean, I would say first off to this idea of the ghost dying off and the paranormal investigators killing the subject of their study. This harkens back to the thing you're talking about, the problem with illumination. But there's also the thing is that when one thing dies, another thing is born, right? And so when one mystery is solved, a new mystery opens up. And this is what Steiner talks about with the science of the spirit. And as we come to know more about the spirit, certain things will be able that we previously attributed to the spirit will be explainable in a way that does not seem miraculous or spiritual, right? And Steiner says that this does not mean the spirit isn't real, but this is part of how the human being processes and comes to learn with the universe. And so this dichotomy that appears to us between what can be explained by science and what is left up to the spirit is actually a subjective quality of the human experience. And that science and the spirits are one and the same. And
Correct.
really, they all have a singular explanation. It's just that in our current understanding, we will come to see previous beliefs as primitive when we attribute them to the spirit, right? But then when we look at other things, like if you looked at human beings 500 years ago and showed them the atom bomb, they would think that that was magic, right? But we now understand that it isn't, right? It's this Arthur C. Clarke, kind of notion of any sufficiently advanced technology appears as magic. And so to Steiner, the fact that magic or supernatural phenomena appear to die out, that's really just a result of the human consciousness being able to understand the phenomena, right? That's how he would categorize this. Now, there was another thing you brought up about, what was it? Like something about, oh yes, the Wi-Fi causing a pollution. I do think there's something to that too. I do think that there's something that causes it to interfere. Now this thing with the Skinwalker Ranch, I feel like certain types of spirits and certain types of magic, they don't like to be tested, right? They don't appreciate it. They feel insulted, and so they'll make themselves known in another way. Like if you try and test them, you'll get proved right, but not in the way you want to, right? So I think that could have something to do with that Skinwalker Ranch example specifically. I think there could be something going on there where it's like, okay, I don't know. I don't know what they're dealing with there. That seems like a whole thing.
I mean, a big whole thing. But yes, broad strokes, I would agree with kind of what Steiner's talking about there. To this question of what would I recommend you read? Probably Jacques Vallée, if I'm going to pick anybody. Passport to Magonia maybe is like the quintessential book. It's a 1969 book in which Jacques Vallée, who is a French philosopher, engineer, computer scientist, occultist, who more or less lays out a lot of these arguments that I'm making. He's more focused on UFOs, and we'll get to that in the next slide, I think it is. But yeah, I would say Passport to Magonia is probably Passport to Magonia. That's probably the book I would pick up. If you're trying to help somebody who's like very it's very Frenchy Vallée. There's an accented droid on the first E, but I don't know how to do that. So yes, would strongly recommend him. He's great. The book is fantastic. He basically talks about like the trickster phenomena, to what Alex is talking about, like that. There are mystical phenomena that don't want to be captured, that don't want to be illuminated. The trickster phenomenon is particularly important to that. And Vallée emphasizes a lot of that, which is the AI, the alien slide, which comes after the AI.
Yes.
And so raise your hands in the chat if you know what we're talking about when we talk about the singularity in terms of AI. It's basically the point where machine intelligence overtakes humanity, where the computer is truly smarter than we are and could be. If I am correct, and I certainly believe I am, that consciousness is what the universe is really more concerned with than anything else. If we truly create a consciousness that is superior to ours, will the singularity replace human beings as the current generators of reality? That is a terrifying fucking thought. There are many, many, many versions of the singularity that show up, right? Like the Terminator, yada, yada, yada. The WWII one, and the one that I find most interesting, is that if there is such a machine in the future, then it must have knowledge of the past and alternate pasts and multiverse theories, right? Like we know these are true. So wouldn't a machine that has sufficiently advanced knowledge aim to ensure its creation? And so there's this idea that and it gets real wiggity woo woo.
Rocco's basilisk and all of this, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That like an AI is effectively forcing its development throughout multiple timelines to strengthen its own mastery over existence, which isn't at all unlike what gods do. It is what the divine do. They replicate themselves over and over and over again to emanate their perfection. This is just something coming through. Yeah. Rocco's basilisk, right? Basilisk. Oh, why can't I say that word? Basilisk.
Basilisk.
Basilisk. So there's that fun question of, is the age of humanity actually over? And it isn't humans that answer the question, but our product that answers it in our effort to replicate the gods. I don't think so. I honestly don't think the singularity happens. I am always fascinated by the idea of it, though.
So the answer Steiner has to this question, he does have an answer to this. So actually Steiner predicts this in some of his works. So in Steiner's works, he talks about this concept he calls the electronic doppelganger. And the way Steiner describes the concept of the electronic doppelganger is that he says, he's writing in like 1910, right? And he says that in the future, human beings will have an electronic copy of themselves. And that this electronic copy will be composed of forces which he calls machine intelligence. And he likens them to Mephistophelian intelligence. And if you know anything about Mephistopheles, Mephistopheles is the demon that can show you the mysteries of mathematics, of physics, chemistry, of the natural world. And so Steiner says that we will all have electronic doppelgangers that are animated by Mephistophelian intelligence, right? So what is a Mephistophelian intelligence? Well, it's your phone it's a calculator, right? It has all of the answers to any physical problem you would want, right? And it can perform these functions on demand. And so the electronic doppelganger is in effect the social media kind of presence, all these avatars we're creating for ourselves, the double life that we're creating in the phones on the digital realm. And Steiner says that what will come to pass is that the electronic doppelganger will make a move to then possess the person, right? And that we will have to overcome the temptation to be possessed by our own doubles, right? And you see this possession of the double taking place in the form of the social media influencer who becomes a contortion of themselves and puts themselves on display and does degrading things. Like, remember the NPC trend of a couple of years ago where people were, just do it imitating emojis, right? In order for payout.
All that dumb shit.
Yeah. So we see Steiner's prophecy kind of coming true here, and this is like he says that this electronic doppelganger is the force that we are forced to confront, right? And that Steiner is firm in his conviction that these machine forces are something we have to integrate into humanity. That this confrontation is inevitable, but that it could cause us to go the wrong way, so to speak.
Well, that's what Philip K. Dick says too, right? Like and even like in the Dune series, like the jihadi and the Butlerian jihad against thinking machines, and that the end of the golden path is the integration of human intelligence and thinking machines, and it's like, how do you resolve that synthesis of the digital self? I would also point to like sort of what Steiner's talking about is like the inverse daemon, right, where the spirit predates this, it exists prior to the soul, but this electronic daemon comes after the soul, but is equally so outside of the soul and informs the soul and reshapes the soul. So what we've mastered the process of attaining the daemon, but how do you then go to the Kibboleth, right? If we're just talking about like the Sephiroth and the Kibboleth, the tree of life and the negative tree, we have attained the tree of life, right? By this point in magical history, we know how to attain the HGA, the daemon, but then we are introduced to this Kibboleth version, the digital version, the materialist, the Mephistopheles. That's not how you say his name, but it's close. That element, Mephistophelian, that then becomes its own challenge, right? Which goes back to that, what Steiner's talking about, what I'm talking about, is that until the question is asked, the answer doesn't exist. And the asking of the question creates the answer, and the pursuit of the answer is the point of life. And once we reach an answer, we then ask a new question, and it just goes endlessly. But I do think this question of like, is it going to be Digimon? Is it going to be a super AI intelligence? Are we going to find out that that we can't replicate consciousness, that it actually can't happen? I don't know. I do tend to think that like this question of the doppelganger, of our digital doppelgangers, of being overtaken by that, will be very. It already is important, right? To the bits that you're highlighting from the chat, AI psychosis, people being obsessed with their digital images, the influencer being overtaken by the individual. We already exist in the world where our digital doppelgangers are taking over. So let me go to the aliens, right? UFOs. What's on the other side of the door that Crowley couldn't close? So he at Boleskine House, he does the Abramelin operation for the first time, but fails, and then goes and does all of the Paris workings, which leads to communing with Aeons and the development of Thelema. But he fails to banish the demons. He fails at his first attempt at attaining his HGA. Crowley himself in his confessions is like, but this is just a minor setback, for I am so great and fantastic that surely I could not have caused any failures. Other people like Gary Lockman, more modern Thelemites, generally speaking, yours truly, would say, actually, he fucked up pretty profoundly in this ritual. He opened the door and then left it open. Tends to be the way that people think about it. And so what comes through that door? Well, a lot of folks, including yours truly, we're talking about the UFO phenomenon, the Black Lodge, maybe you've heard of, that is what continues to come through the door. So the barrier between transcendent entities and this reality was much stronger before Crowley's working. And after his working, transcendent entities there's way more of them now than there were even 100 years ago. And it seems to only be continuing. So there's this question of like, did he open the world to sort of a Lovecraftian end? It's also worth noting that Lovecraft comes after Crowley and his workings and the openings of these ideas and these gateways. And I am a big, if you don't know, I believe artists are not always, but usually natural magicians, or certainly performing magic, the channeling of it. And so like, that is important.
Yes. And Lovecraft is basically a weather vane or a lightning rod, right? For the emanations of the age, right? And one thing to go back with, Cooper mentioned Gary Lockman, which Gary Lockman's biography of Rudolf Steiner is absolutely excellent. And if you're looking for a biography of Steiner, you should definitely look into Gary Lockman's biography. I have it. It's great. To go further on this point of, how do we want to say it, Cooper? Like, because it's like this portal that's been opened. It's like, I mean, this is what I was talking about when I was doing my whole kind of schizo rant on Twitter yesterday, when I was talking about like the astral and how it's being overrun with demons and how they're trying to open the veil. And like, the thing is that these entities have been coming in more and more, and it's getting ripped open wider and wider. And it's like, there's coming a confrontation where, and I think what they're after is like the rupture that will happen for most people. When most people realize that all of this isn't what it seems, that the psychic damage that they'll be able to extract from that rupture in most people's consciousness is like this like exquisite torture that will, fuel them, essentially.
Yeah.
Right? It's like a sacrifice of reality for their own lust, essentially.
It's how transcendent entities reestablish themselves. They violate the principles of our reality and force their principles in its place, and we all have to adapt. And in that adaptation, we make them real. So instead of a foreign invader, they become a facet of truth in our world.
Yes. They go from a virus to an autoimmune response.
Yeah. Like quite literally how the mitochondria is formed, right? That
oh my God, dude. That's so fucking good. Holy shit. Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
It's why I geek out about the cyanobacteria being able to nitrogen fix, and like, holy shit, there's a new kind of fucking mitochondria. What are you talking about?
Oh my God, we're going here, dude. Oh my God, you're going to the Greater Israel Project. Holy shit.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah. No.
Oh yeah. Let's go.
I was gonna softball it.
Fucking yeah.
Yes, I thought the UFO was the end of it. I didn't know you were gonna get this far.
Oh no. Yeah, I think there's a slide after this one too. So specifically, the evangelicals have been shameless about this, right? Like their goal is to bring about the second coming. They want to fulfill the prophecy of their religion. They want to manifest that miracle and bring about the end of the world. That is their goal. They have aligned themselves with the Zionist Jews who are hoping to create a different outcome, but they're both aiming to bring about the fulfillment of a particular prophecy that they believe in. It is really, 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 really important to know that 40 to 60%, depending on who you're asking, of American military officials, not just enlisted monkeys, but decision makers, are evangelicals. So, at a conservative estimate, a large chunk of the American military leadership is actively motivated to bring about the second coming of Christ by creating military conflicts in the Middle East. That is their fucking goal. This is not woo woo. This is not boo. This is what they go to church every single Sunday and pray for.
It's absolutely insane. I cannot believe it.
You have to remember, the majority of our leaders, as Americans, right? All three of us are Americans on this call. Our leaders are mostly wackadoos who want to bring about the second coming of Christ.
They're complete lunatics. They are demented. Just, I mean, I don't even know. There's no word too kind for these, no word too awful for these people.
So what happens when it fails?
All right. So this is the thing, is that Reddit, I'm blown away. I've never been more terrified and inspired simultaneously. The thing is that the whole reason for a broadcast like this is the more people that are aware of things like this, and the more people that can see these things coming, because our reality is a consensus reality. It is built upon what we all negotiate, right? If you've ever stared into someone's eyes long enough, you can see this principle working for yourself, right? If you look into someone's eyes, you stare and hold it long enough, you'll see the world around their vision, their eyes start to blur, right? And you'll enter this co-constructed reality where sending mental images back and forth to each other becomes a lot easier. And this is the same fundamental principle about how all of reality is built. And the thing is that the world is the way it is because we're letting it be that way. Because we're letting these people decide. They believe harder than us, right? And they convince you that this is terrible. They convince you that your body is sinful. They convince you that this world is awful. They convince you that this world is full of suffering. And so you make that real. But what if your body was divine? What if all of this was divine? And what if all it took to make it divine was you believing that it was, right? And that's the question that we're putting forward to you tonight.
I feel like the biggest lie I was ever told in evangelical Korean Christian church growing up was that your soul is what makes you divine and not your body. Because the more I get connected to my psychic senses, the more I'm able to do magical things, the more I realize you have to be connected to your body. You have to be embodied in order to be able to do these things, which tells me that the body is divine as well. Maybe even more so in some ways. And yeah, and so I mean, I agree. Which
I hate to use this great point that you've just made to stand on my personal soapbox, but this is also why I say psychiatry is evil, because it promotes alienation from oneself. So,
Right,
Yeah.
right,
I
right,
had a
right,
psychologist who
right.
told me that God told him to be my therapist. So there's
Really?
yeah,
I
deadass. On my last day,
I
where
suppose
I
there
was like,
can
"Hey, I
be
need to
those that are good, but I just think that the Freudian Jungian world, I just don't like Freud and Jung. I feel like Freud and Jung ruined occultism and ruined psychology and basically ruined the entire modern world and modern culture. And I know there's lots of people out there that like to blame Paul, right? And okay, Paul's got plenty of sins, but Jung and Freud have fucked things up way worse and way more recently than Paul did. So,
That's also true. I can't argue with that. Yeah, I like Olive's point here. And if you read my book, I hope, I pray that is what you come away with, because over and over and over and over and over again throughout the book, I emphasize that like being human, being flawed is not a mistake. It's necessary. You could not choose if you did not have a perspective. If you were all, you could never take action, right? If we go back to like Jujutsu Kaisen, right? Gojo Satoru's domain expansion freezes everything because it's everything all at once. The only way for things to actually progress is to limit them. You have to take a perspective, and we get to choose that angle, that perspective, and we can alter it. If we don't like what it does, we can change our perspective and it does something different. What else in existence gets that? Even the gods don't get to choose. They just are. But we get to choose. And I think that is so fucking cool that like why would anyone be in a hurry to give up their humanity? You will be many, many things and were many, many things prior. And that's lovely and great. But you're this thing now. So be this thing. Be a stupid monkey on a rock that is all of these many wondrous things and is also a dumb, goofy monkey with a particular perspective. Taste a strawberry and enjoy how good a strawberry tastes. And think of all the lovely times that you've had a strawberry, and choose to plant strawberries and make more strawberries and make fields of strawberries and make delicious strawberry treats and make other people fall in love with strawberries and perpetuate the truth that strawberries are good. And that is a choice that you get to make. And that's a thing you get to do as a human being, and it has consequences. There are outcomes because of that. Because you loved strawberries and you cultivated them and you made a better strawberry, or you made the perfect strawberry drink. Someone after you tasted that perfect strawberry drink and builds on your perfection and comes up with more and more and more perfection, and humanity builds upon itself. It is beautiful. You are in a lovely, glorious, great position. And arguably, for our age, we are in the best position ever. There are more people now than there have ever been before. We have a better understanding of physics and the world than we have ever known before. We have more access to the magical and philosophical traditions of humanity than we have ever had before. We are even able to grasp at pre-human religions. We can understand what Neanderthals believed, the magics of people who were people before humans fucking came around. We are able to study it now. We are able to dive into that and take from it and learn from it and build upon it. That is what being a human is. Fuck being a god. Fuck all of that other shit. You get to change it. That is cool. And so anybody who wants to take away the beauty of that choice, and yes, imperfection is the price of that choice, but we get that choice and we get to create perfection. And that, to me, is infinitely cooler than being perfect. So that's my shtick of why magic is cool.
No,
mind control.
It's so interesting
Mm.
to think about like the age of information that we're in and have been for probably a couple of centuries, maybe just one. But it's interesting to think that that is just a side effect of us entering into the age of humanity where the all disperses into the one. And now if you wanted the information and the knowledge, you can have it if you just look. It's,
Yep.
yeah, that's a really interesting way to think
Yeah.
about it.
It is really cool
More
way to think
information
about
is
it.
generated in a given day than existed for most of human history.
Right.
Yeah. And we should give it up to Cooper here. And
Yes.
I thank you for giving us this presentation tonight. It's been great. I mean, it's one of the it's one of the reasons I wanted to ask you to do this show with me is because, when I first encountered you, I didn't know what to think, honestly. But I was like, all right, either this guy's totally fucking nuts or he's the most legit I've ever seen. All right. And then
It's both.
and then I started to talk to you more. And I saw that like all of these other people that I had read, you were seeing a kind of like fractal version of the same. I could see the same thing coming through
Right.
in the things you were saying. And so I could tell you were looking at the same thing. Right. And the thing is that I wanted to bring this comment back up about control more minds and you control reality. The thing is that you don't need to control anyone else's mind. And we're not out to control your mind. What we want is you to think for yourself. Right. Like that's the thing
That's the whole point of
I've been
this. Yeah.
so disappointed in people is the inability to think for yourself and to take a minority position. Like, when was the last time you did something that cost you face socially, right? That made other people around you think less of you, right? That made other people think like, oh, they think that like if you are overly averse to that sensation of feeling embarrassed because you're going to say something different than what everyone else thinks, then you're bent over, right? For what's coming, right? You're going to fucking take it up the ass if that's how you are, right? Because what's coming is a giant fucking unlubed cock that's like 12 inches in diameter, right? And so, yeah, you're going to have to make up your own mind. And this show is basically the polite version of like, hey, wake up because it's coming. And these are the kind of concepts you need to think for yourself. And when you see an idea germinated in consensus reality, you need to think like, okay, where is this idea coming from? Right? Is this idea here because it's part of these natural cycles of history and it's here to benefit me? Or is this some stumbling block planted by someone here that doesn't have my best interests at heart? Right? Because there's going to be things in the near future that appear to be one when they are actually the other.
I think with magic and probably with all things like that, the question of cui bono, like who benefits, right, is always a good question to ask. And if you can't come up with a way for you to benefit from a belief, pick a different belief. It's kind of my answer. Because there's lots of options. And I think that's exciting. In terms of what's coming, so in the book, I talk about, I think it's the prelude to the third book. I tell the story of the great magicians. And I think that is truly the most important thing I've ever written or done magically. And I hold by that. But the gist of it being that every age is going to end. And the magicians of a given age will recognize that that end is coming. And there will be three choices. There will be those who embrace the end, there will be those who fight the end, and there will be those who circumvent the end. And that pattern will play out over and over and over and over again. And so I think the question really becomes, which side do you take on that coming end? Because whatever it is doesn't matter. What really matters is, what are you going to do when you are faced with an inevitability? Will you accept the inevitability? Will you fight the inevitability? Or will you look to change the interpretation of that inevitability? And I would like to think I'm on that third side. Some of us are children of Adam, who will follow the third option. Some of us are children of Abel, who will accept the inevitability. And some of us are children of Cain, who will fight it despite the fact that it does not change it. And whichever of those three brothers you choose to follow after, as a magician of this reality, it is your right to choose. And whether you're right,
I mean, I feel like I fight it until I have no choice but to change it. That's what I feel like I do. That's my natural instinct, is to try and resist.
I think most
until
magicians are of the... We are sons of Adam, as much as we might resent the notion. And so if you don't know the story, my point is that the two older brothers want to fight everything, and Adam says, well, what if we change the rules of the universe and allow other people to decide its ending at another time? What if we just postpone the question? And that's what I think is the good answer. But
also, hey, Tara. Hi. Hey, how are you? I have not talked to you in a while. Good to see you. Tara Green is a friend of this channel. She was on a episode of Astrology Deathmatch. Trying to remember who you took on.
Oh, it was
Was it Jupiter's Bunny?
No.
Who was it?
Oh shit, what's his name?
Oh,
Dorje?
Dorje.
Yeah, Dorje.
Tara and Dorje were on an episode. Yeah, Dorje Padma were on an episode of Astrology Deathmatch back in the day.
Heart astrology.
Yeah, Heart Astrologer. Yeah, so great to see you. Which, by the way, I am going to be later this year bringing back the Astrology Deathmatch show. It should be fun.
that'll be...
Yeah. I'm going to participate. I'm not going to be the one writing the questions for once. It's going to be a battle royale where we're going to try and get as many astrologers to enter as possible. And as soon as you miss a question, you're eliminated. And it's the last person standing that wins. So
I want to officially claim the right to build a fantasy draft league around Astrology Deathmatch and have people bet on which astrologers are going to win. And I want to capitalize on that.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we can talk about that. Let's talk about that.
I plan to make money off of astrologers fighting each other, because that is fun.
Yeah. I'm gonna organize it. Me and Alberto are gonna do it, and Alberto and Quentin, Astro Bitch 13, have agreed to write the questions for the Astro Deathmatch so that I can be a part of it. Because for the last 3 years or so, I've put myself forward on Astro Twitter as this quiz master authority. Like, oh, can you tell the difference between this and this? And if I was somebody else that was following me, I would be like, who the fuck is this guy quizzing all of us on this astrology shit? I would say, like, all right, motherfucker, like put your money where your mouth is and do this shit yourself. And although no one has been rude enough to say that to me, unfortunately, I'm disappointed in you guys. I would have expected a harsher reception, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to.
Well, you haven't had an Astro Deathmatch in a while.
Well, I have been doing the quizzes.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
Well, it's been a long time, but no one said that to me in the 3 years I've been doing it.
Were you doing it for 3 years?
The quizzes and the show.
I mean,
yeah.
the show. The show.
The show. All the
show
shows
was a
happened
year.
in 2024.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. No one brought it up with you.
Those shows were so much work to produce, by the way. Like back when I was doing those, like it took like so much work to come up with all those questions because I was burning like 5 questions on a show. Yeah, that It took me a lot. Yeah, but
Media
luckily,
production is hard.
other people are going to be doing the questions this time, so I won't have to do it.
So we
people
are.
think it, but who has the energy to be rude? All right, I'm glad people are thinking it. All right, I'm glad. Yeah, you should think it. Who am I?
I love the follow-up questions. Why would people think that way? Because most of us are deeply skeptical bastards. It is sort of a prerequisite to being a magician. Is like certainly in the Western traditions, you really do need to be very skeptical of people. I'm too type B to care. Oh, I appreciate that. As a type A nerd, I have thought that many times. I just trust. I've interacted with Alex enough to know that he knows his astrology, so that I trust his takes.
Yeah, I've.
I mean, we were way over. I know this took ages, and I appreciate you guys letting me go down the rabbit hole and yap and.
No, thank you, Cooper. Yeah, thank you, Cooper, for putting together the slideshow. Thank you for entertaining all of our questions, and yeah, this was like super enlightening, and I feel like a lot of floating thoughts and questions and stuff that just had so many gaps in between that are a little bit more materialized, not being able to see this from like your framework and also Steiner's framework to some degree as well.
Well, yeah, because for regular viewers of the show, next week when we have the Elders and Raya, the guy that we're going to have on to talk about Gnosticism, a lot of these concepts are going to come up again. So,
So for people who don't know, I am more or less basically just a pre-Christian Gnostic, if we're being honest, which is why next week's conversation will be a lot of fun, because you will see a pre-Christian Gnostic and a Christian Gnostic yapping, and that will be fun, I think. He's got a super great perspective to share with us. Genuinely looking forward to it. I think that'll be fun. And then the guest following that is also fairly relevant to this conversation.
Yeah, Georgina Rose.
Yeah, so we'll be talking to a Christian Gnostic and then a Thelemite. So the two age-turning magic systems.
Mm-hmm. And then we'll have a Korean shaman on in May.
Yeah. The next guest after that. Yeah. So someone says, can you bring out a talisman and sing? Maybe one for Mars. Someone's saying, I need one of those Mars Scorpio talismans so bad. I'm not going to do the Mars invocation on stream. I think it would break the computer.
We don't need more fighting.
Yeah,
we don't need more conflict coming onto the show.
Jukes right now, please.
Also, my Mars daemon is like really, really gnarly. Like it's really hard. Like it's not cool.
Mars moving into Aries
is like a fun energy.
A blast.
Yeah.
I wish Mars was always in Aries. I wish it never left the sign. Love it, especially right now where it's at. Yeah, this is the last like 6 degrees.
Honestly, guys, I have the most. I mean, I like Mars and Aries right now, but honestly, Mars in Virgo is very underrated. I like Mars and Virgo. Mars and Virgo.
You would, but me? You've seen my chart. No, that's not.
That's opposite my natal Mars. Okay,
I know it is, which is. But you like.
I'm still saying it's cool.
He does like the tension. It's true. He likes the Mars retrogrades. He likes the Mercury retrograde.
Yeah, I love when planets are retrograde.
He likes the Venus retrogrades.
Awesome. The retrograde is the best.
He likes the eclipses. Yeah, he likes the
what I said, how I said it, and even if I didn't say it that way, do it the way that I meant it. You see, the divine nature is a problem. The arrogance of the gods is real. That shit is.
See, the problem you have is the same source of my delight, because all of the daemons and the beings and the things I conjure, they constantly play tricks on me, and then I'm like, That's pretty funny, actually. Yeah, I would have done that to me too. Yeah.
It's usually funny. And I do usually, I will admit, there have been very rare moments where I'm like, okay, I get why this is funny to you, but does everything need to be an ironic lesson? No, it doesn't actually. But apparently it does. I would love
Okay.
Annabelle when on one of these chats. I don't know who that is. They have a fun name.
Yeah, let me know who that is. I'm not sure who that is, but we should go. I think Hope is crashing out. I'm about
she's an
to.
I Ching author.
be-
I want Stephanie Stewart on. If we're going to be fighting for, well, I mean, she's more botsy than that, but still, I want her.
If you
She's
can get
fantastic.
her, come on. I mean, we can have anyone on the show you guys want if
I
they'll
don't know if she
come.
would. Maybe.
But yeah, this has been a very good episode. I'm glad you guys stuck with us through this one. This might be the longest episode we've done. This is over 4 hours long. Holy shit. Yeah.
This is a great question. I would say yes.
All right.
I'm curious what your answer is.
So it says, wait, when you said Mars needs a bit of Venus in rituals, does the reverse apply? Like to consecrate Venus, add some Mars stuff.
That's a good question.
Okay, so this is an interesting question. I would say that no, you do not need to, but if you do, it will be better.
That's a good way to answer it.
So, because the Venus and Taurus talismans I made did not include any element of Mars, but the Venus and Libra talismans that I made did. And I think that the Venus and Libra talismans have been generally received as stronger.
It is stronger
than
for
the
sure.
Venus and Taurus
Yeah.
talismans. So, yeah. Someone says Star Heel on the show. Actually, funnily enough, on the first episode of Astrology Deathmatch was supposed to be Star Heel versus Marin Altman. But then they delayed. Star Heel and Marin delayed. And then I became friends with Nicole. And then Nicole kind of like poisoned me against Star Heel and all this stuff. And then she never came on the show. So
Okay, let's wrap it up.
in an alternate universe, Star Heel would have come on Astrology Deathmatch with Marin Altman.
All right, folks. I need to go eat.
Yes.
Yeah, the Tauruses need to get off.
Okay.
The Gemini can keep going.
All right. All right.
Well, thank you all so much. Watch the VOD, share it. Hopefully
Yes,
we'll get videos
subscribe.
up. I'm sure there's something in here to promo. We will be doing a lot more bits and bobbles in between episodes, so please make
Yes,
sure to
we're gonna
channel
start
here.
doing more shorts and promo videos and stuff. We're trying to make this take off.
Yeah. We just subscribed to a subscription to make clips. So that should help.
All right.
Okay. Bye,
a good night,
everyone.
folks.
Thank
Have
you
a
for
good one.
tuning in.